They switched it.
Yay! Welcome, travelers. If you're new here, hello. Huh? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I have this thing unmuted. And so I'm like, why did I hear him twice? Strong start. Let's try that one more time for the edit. Welcome, travelers. If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your overactive and downtime DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons&Dragons 5th edition system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based on the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you are welcome to read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. Without further ado, please enjoy this session of Razia's Shadow, a 1,000-year interlude. Let us recap. Session 28, A Novice Guide to Murder. Beau was introduced to Warrit, a druid with a pendant similar to the one Beau owned. He didn't get the answers he hoped for about the one who gave it to him, and left with his mood soured. The novices made their way to Saker's Keep, only to find that both Gaworo and Jeremy weren't there for questioning. Beau was insistent to get into Gaworo's office and find what may be hidden behind the magic wall Snow once discovered. Ste'yn had questions for the acolyte Yonai, which gave Beau more time for his heist. But with the trouble he seemed to have, Ste'yn helped convince him that they could try to get into the office another day. Next was Kepner's command. Viola returned the items she had checked out and found Ziva's sign-out from a few days prior. Viola went back to the group to find the others arguing Viola went back to the group to find the others arguing about what one of the artifratters may or may not know about Ziva's assignment and return. The novices considered that Ste'yn might know something too, since he seemed to have a hand in most of the comings and goings of the city. And they were right. Ste'yn knew that when the guards returned from Undra, only 3 of the 4 came back, and the purpose of the trip might have been different than expected. The novices wanted to talk to Vaughn next. As they passed through the Wild Pike to reach the novice command offices, Ste'yn noted that she was getting particular attention from Rosita and the barmaids and bar lads. Rosita reassured her she only meant to be polite. As they continued on, Viola pointed out a dangerous idea. Rosita's metal rings might have been connected to Ziva's bracelet, Jeremy's medallion, and the possessed bandit leader. Ste'yn's magic didn't detect any fiends, which seemed to close off another thread of the mystery. So, you guys were making your way after Ste'yn had done her round through the pike, just double checking, making sure she didn't spot anything, and that could have been fiend, elemental, celestial, aberration, etc. You guys started to make your way out of the Wild Pike and towards the novice hut.
Well, you didn't just head out yet because there was something Beau was going to do in there.
Yes.
So
yes,
wait a minute, to clarify on one of the things you just said. So are the only people that were staring at Ste'yn then the staff? Or was there
so
also
staring.
patrons?
Is that Beau trying to clarify who might be looking at her?
Beau did look around the room too. I don't remember exactly how much she... Because I know that I think Viola and Ste'yn picked up more than what Beau and Snow did. But I think Beau at least... There was at least conversation, so he knows people were staring. If at the very least he didn't see the ones that were.
Well, and he would have heard Viola telling
Yeah.
Ste'yn, and she said, like, I know, like, not to say that you're not beautiful because you are, but maybe all the people looking and waving at you is from
something going on. But you are very pretty.
Oh, she knows.
She didn't want to be rude.
Our girl does not need a bigger head. As far as that is concerned, between looking around and generally what Viola was saying, it just seems to be the kindness of Rosita and the staff. I mean, people might have, waved as you went by potentially. But really people are just minding their own. It was really just Rosita and the staff.
Okay. That I didn't pick that up the last time, so
gotcha. We'll add that to whatever
then.
perception check we apparently made last time.
Well, it happened twice last time because it was the time we were leaving and the time we were coming back. So it wasn't clear any of those times there was only staff and not any of the people eating there.
Makes sense. Yeah, you'd probably just pick up, at least you just notice Rosita for sure, the barmaids, bar lads for sure. There was something Beau wanted to do?
Well, that was when I thought there were people that were doing it, not just the staff. So.
Oh, you should totally do it anyway. I was ready for this time killer. No, I'm kidding. There's one person in the corner of the room who is staring Ste'yn down. No, that's fine. You guys were just heading straight to the novice hut then and the command offices?
Believe so.
Sounds good. I'm going to stop looking at YouTube and I'm going to look back at my notes. That's what I'm going to do. Hey, look, notes. We love notes. So you guys exit the Wild Pike. I will say one thing that you would have noticed that I forgot about, and it's not necessarily a big deal, but the stage that you have seen multiple times now going through. There's a larger stage. There are a couple of smaller stages back towards the back wall leading into the novice hut. The main stage, you can see a couple of the bar lads are actually assisting someone setting up a little bit of a performance, getting ready for the evening. There's some nice cloth. It's colored. It's kind of this nice goldish with it kind of blending into an orange. It's embroidered. It's very festive looking, and it seems to be hung on a bit of a backdrop on that stage. And you can see there is the musician who's going to be performing appears to be up there. You see this young lady. She's generally like bent over as she's prepping some things, but you can see she's in this nice green dress. It goes down to her ankles, a small figure, and you can see purple hair that is pulled up and pinned very nicely kind of up into the side as she is prepping for an evening performance. So you would have seen that on your way through. Otherwise, you guys exit the pike. As the doors are closing behind you, kind of shuts off a tremendous amount of sound. There's only the small, warbling, distant sounds of the activity in there. And once you get into these halls in the novice hut, it definitely quiets a significant amount. There's some sound as you pass by the mess hall, but even the rooms that generally would have somebody behind there, the garden over to the side you can see is also empty. Seems like people are wherever they're going to be for the afternoon. I believe it's still like mid-afternoon.
Well, it's been at least 8 hours since we were at Undra.
Yeah. But you know,
as we're walking through the halls, does Detect Evil and Good pick up anything?
It does not appear to, no.
Excellent.
Just have to
So
make
it's
sure. Where's my
also-
timer?
So it's also not picking up anything from snow.
Correct.
Yeah.
It is not picking up anything from snow.
Good to know.
I'm gonna write this down. Detect Evil picks up nothing from snow right now. Anyway.
Right now.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't write that down. I wrote snow, period. So, towards the far end of the novice hut, where the walls and the rooms look a little more official, you've been back this way before when you had your test, when you first arrived in Gratimino. But you go down the hall and find the hall in the door for the command offices. It is closed at the moment. As you guys approach it, please give me a perception check.
Let's go.
Let's go.
14.
I got 14 as well.
Nice.
Twinsies.
22.
5.
It's begun. 22. No, got a 5. Okay. Yeah. For the ladies and for Beau, it's easy enough as you're approaching to hear some voices already inside. Multiple voices inside. Ste'yn, you can pick out that it is 3 distinct voices. You can hear the voices of Vaughn, who you had hoped to find. Someone's here.
Someone's here.
You also hear the voices of of 2 of the other novice emissaries. You can hear Bria Han, and you can hear, even with her very low tone, very monotone, you can hear, well, I guess you haven't heard her yet, have you.
We were in a wagon together.
Oh yeah, she was there. That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
She was in
Yeah.
the room with you guys.
Floaty lady?
You can hear
She was in the room where it happened.
Rochelle glimmer as well. So you can hear their voices as you approach.
As we get close to the door, does Detect Evil and Good pick up anything?
It does not. Man, you
Cool.
are eager. It's like, come
Look, she's
on,
got it
devils,
up.
let's go.
She's got it up. Might as well see if we find anything.
Please keep asking me. I don't find it annoying. Only David will find it annoying in his edits. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Are we there
I'm
yet?
half kidding because I don't know he might. So yeah, you approach the door. It's closed. You hear those voices. What would you like to do?
Try to listen at the door. See what they're talking about before we knock.
Sure.
Ste'yn will put up a hand to tell the others to be quiet, and then listen at the door.
Okay, give me another perception check.
We're gonna do some guidance. That's better.
I'm not counting on this one.
I got an 8.
Are you all listening at the door?
I mean, Beau would at least be listening at the door.
Viola wouldn't be. As soon as she was told to be quiet, she froze, so her armor wouldn't make any noise.
Mid-stride.
Yes, she did it again.
You would have been great for that one. What was that one video thing? Mannequin. The mannequin trend.
Oh.
Oh, I wish I had caught that before it was basically ending. That looked like a lot of fun, I won't lie.
I got a 29 on that perception check.
Of course you did, my dear. Sorry, what did you get, Beau?
8?
An 8?
Yeah.
Lovely.
He just hears her breathing over him.
You're too busy focused on is Viola going to fall over as her foot is just a couple inches off the ground and she's frozen, and you're just so certain she's gonna fall over. It's a little bit distracting to try and make out what they're saying. Ste'yn, you can hear rather clearly as they don't appear to really be trying to necessarily hide the conversation. But there's definitely it sounds like there's really only the three of them in the room. And you can hear where'd it go?
Also, quick note, we do still have the mind link up because we had that for 5 hours back at Sakers.
Oh, lovely. Awesome. You can hear a conversation. You hear Vaughn saying something. Bria had laughed over something. You could hear Vaughn gently kind of reprimanding her about acting, just too childish. They have things to plan. And it sounds like they are focused on a conversation about the novices, about upcoming plans for you guys to assist with the citizen residents in preparation for the Harvest Lamp Festival. You hear him say, the captain will be back. I hope she'll be back in time to talk to the novices tomorrow. And if she isn't, then we need to have these notes prepared. So please just pay attention. And you hear Bria laugh again. Oh no, it's fine. Just everyone needs a break. In fact, she's lucky. She's lucky she got such a long break. Could use another break. She says, we've been here for a straight 6 months. You'd think we'd get a little break in between. Then you hear Rochelle's voice chiming in as much as her voice can chime. She says, Bria, didn't you just take a break not 3 months ago? You were being a guest of honor, were you not? You hear Bria kind of scoff. That's all politics. No one cares about that. Ooh, the raining. Ooh, it's so fancy. It was boring. I was basically paid to be there. Paid spokesman, and they didn't care. And if I'm getting paid, that basically means it was work, right? Yeah, it was basically work. Vaughn kind of snaps at the both of them. We have work to do. Did you forget? You don't need a break, and the captain didn't need that kind of break. Now let's get back to work. And then they seem to go back to these discussions about whatever it is the novices will be doing to help prepare for the Harvest Lamps Festival.
Ste'yn will relay synopsis of that to Beau via the mind link, so he can send it to the others via mind link if he wants.
Game
It's
of
a lot
broken
of
telephone.
it's a lot of details to do multiple times. That all sounds very boring.
It was mostly very boring, but
I
something
say let's just walk in. Give them some excitement.
to knock on the door.
She does knock on the door?
Ste'yn
Or
knocks on the door.
Okay. As soon as you knock, the voices go quiet for a moment, and then you hear Bria laugh. Come in, please.
Beau, open the door.
Okay. And you walk in. It's a very simple office space. There's a large desk where Vaughn is sitting on the far side of the desk. There's a couple of chairs pulled up. Bria is sitting on her chair backwards. Rochelle is sitting on her chair, and her feet are dangling rather high off of it as she is...
They couldn't get her a chair her size?
Her feet
Damn
are just
chair.
kind of gently swinging from the chair, the top. They look at you, and Bria immediately jumps up, and she says, "Oh, well, wouldn't you know? Sounds like you've got work to do, Vaughn." And she motions for Rochelle and towards the door, and she looks at you four. Welcome back. We won't keep you for sure, unless you were. No, please. You're here for business, right?
Do you
We
not do business?
But how did you know that meant we wanted to speak with Vaughn?
Because Vaughn is the one on duty today. And she does this little dance of excitement.
If you're not on
Alright.
duty, why are you in here?
Because this one wants to talk about work, and we're not even supposed to be working.
Buckle down. Ignore it.
You know, I should. It's not a bad idea. But it's not just for him. I suppose we have a loyalty we have to uphold. No, of course I would do it for him. It's fine.
But they got that loyal hindrance.
The streams have been crossed. And she looks before you. Did you need us?
No,
No.
they're
I
don't
looking
think
for
so.
Vaughn. They want to talk to Vaughn.
And both Rochelle and Bria look towards Vaughn. Bria looks much more excited. Rochelle's face continues to be very flat, but there is a little smile on her face as she nods at him and nods at the four of you. If you do need anything, please, you're welcome to ask. And she begins to seemingly float as her dress and cloak are brushing against the floor. It's very floaty motion out. Very different than Bria's distinct, bouncy demeanor as the two ladies leave the room and close the door behind them. Vaughn just looks at the door, shaking his head.
They're a lively bunch.
Aren't they? How can I help you for?
We just had a few questions. We went and did a debrief with Nora like you asked us to.
Good.
And had a few questions for you that sort of came up as a result of that.
All
Snow
right.
sits down and props his feet up on the desk.
He looks at your feet. Would you mind not doing that?
They're clean. He uses prestidigitation.
It's just manners.
Snow will slowly drag his feet off of the desk and onto the floor.
No,
But he's still sitting like really leaned back.
like he's
Very
ready to do it
casual.
again.
Yep.
Okay. All right. He looks from Snow to the rest of you. Actually, I'm glad you're here. Before you ask your questions, and I'm happy to answer whatever questions, that's my job. I did want to say something. And he pauses a moment, then looks back at you guys, kind of straightens his shoulders. It was brought to my attention that I perhaps spoke slightly out of turn when we were debriefing before, potentially in other scenarios, and I wanted to apologize for that. I am a novice emissary, and you should be able to come to any of the four of us or your captain and be heard with any concerns you have. So I did not want to create an atmosphere that you felt you couldn't do that. So
You mean like where you yell at us again?
I am not going to raise my voice if it's not called for.
Who brought it to your attention?
My fellow emissaries seemed to agree with the captain's insight. She's very insightful. And
Move on, got in trouble.
You seem very comfortable with apologizing.
thank you. Anyway, I am sorry for my tone at that time.
It seemed to be out of a great care and respect for Captain Nora, and we can understand that, though it does make us slightly curious as to why you have such a...
Crush.
What?
Does Viola say that?
What?
No!
No,
He
let
shakes
him,
his head.
Let him finish.
Let her cook. Let him cook. He shakes his head as if that's a very childish thing and looks back at Ste'yn, who was talking.
So wait, are you denying it or not?
Are you asking me seriously?
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
I have only the utmost respect for our captain.
That
And it
wasn't
is it is an entirely professional relationship that she and
insight check.
I love this.
I have. Go ahead
so
and
much.
roll.
Can I
You
insight
should do
as
this with every
well?
NPC.
If anyone would like to insight, you are welcome to insight.
You know what? Let's go.
I only rolled
Ooh,
an
I got
8.
it. I got a dirty 20.
Yes.
29?
Oh my gosh. At least someone can find the answers that Viola is searching for.
And then mind link it later. So a dirty 20, and a 29.
And an 8.
And yes, and that.
Just in
I'm
case.
sure that will give me a lot of information.
You're convinced.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's not that. Sorry, I'm trying to make proper notes here. 20. I got an 8. Okay. Yeah, Viola, you're just like so, just so caught up. It's more like a fun fiction for you than it is actually trying to like discern his thoughts, and you've already got your answer. So
Yeah.
who cares what he actually thinks?
That tracks. That tracks.
Beau and Ste'yn, there's an obvious discomfort. Beau, you'd probably figure that he definitely has a past relationship, whether like professional or whatever, with the captain, which she's already confirmed at the very least, like he knows her husband. But it does make him, the line of questioning is not comfortable. You get that same sense too, Ste'yn. But maybe leaning slightly in a less, just ever so slightly, in a less professional manner. But he's not giving that away as far as what he's saying to you, for sure. He is certainly trying to keep a professional demeanor with you four.
You said we could ask anything, so I just went for it. Carry on, anyways.
She likes to do that.
I am welcome and open to your questions. Whatever makes you feel comfortable here as you are going through your novice training. Whatever.
How long have you known Nora?
Is this actually what the questioning is? What you guys came here to ask?
We have some
Didn't I
other
just
ones
ask
too.
a question?
But
That is a question.
You
Yes,
did say you can ask anything.
Yes, but I would request you keep
So how
this
long have you known Nora?
professional.
this
Your captain. The least you could do is call her captain, as she is your captain.
And the answer would be...
I've known Captain Nora. He stresses the word captain. For at least a year. We've built up a rapport. I've known... Sorry, the DM is pausing for a moment. Yeah, nope. That's all he says. He just answers your question. Very straightforward.
How long have you known her husband?
Captain Elikin? We've been friends for years. Decades.
So before you started working here.
Yes.
Did you start here as an emissary?
Yes.
What were you before?
I was doing mostly Peace Watch work. He did a lot of that beforehand as well. But
Here
higher
at
scale.
Grati Minnow or somewhere else?
Elsewhere. Did you have anything else that wasn't a professional matter that you wanted to ask about?
What's your favorite color?
Green. You don't get a lot of it where I'm from. It's a nice color.
What shade?
Anything else?
Where are you from?
Hunter Green. I am from Sanaa.
Need to go there.
Where in Sanaa are you from?
Are you familiar with it? With the kingdom? I could name a city. I doubt you'd know.
I mean, potentially. You never know.
Bias.
Let me go pull up my map of the
That's
world.
exactly what I was doing.
Let me go
Such a
pull up my
beautiful
map
map.
of the world. Guys, remember that time I had full character biographies for all of my NPCs? It was definitely today. Let me see.
So remember, whatever you
go.
say here is going to have lingering, long-lasting consequences.
Definitely.
For the rest of your life.
Yes. I love consequences.
We love the consequences of our actions.
We love the consequences of both.
I was thinking when you were
love-
describing the room that we walked in, the bravery of describing a room we've been in before, on whether or not references would be different or not for the last
Did I
time.
say that?
Well, no, I mean, you didn't say that. I was thinking that when you started describing the room because we've been in here before, and I was like, such bravery.
Oh. How'd I do?
I have no
Aw.
idea. I didn't remember it, but I'm sure.
I
They-
thought
they
about
were-
that for a second too. I'm like, haven't they been here before? I'm pretty sure they have. Let's
Yeah.
describe it anyway.
We'll check the tome later.
Excellent.
It does not
Um,
matter either way.
No.
That's fair. He tells you that he's from a town that's in like the outskirts of Eriditha, which is eastern. Catherine turns to the map, which is eastern, like right along the border of Sanaa. Actually, I went too far. No, I didn't. Yep, Eriditha. It's a
Do-
town in the
Do we know
outskirts
this
of that.
town, or do we have to roll to know this town?
You can roll to know it.
Okay, so we do have to roll to know.
Yes.
Is it
Give me an
history?
intelligence history check. Sure.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I guess it's not as bad as I
Yeah,
initially
that's-
thought. It's an 11.
18.
19.
Beau got the 11?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Viola
Yeah,
got an
he's-
18?
He's been around for so long. He's been all over the place. But then these world history things he always flops on. He stirs it near there's airships.
It's all starting to blend together.
Yeah, your characters are really getting fully rounded. Oh, Snow, how did you do?
19.
19. Ste'yn got a 2.
We got a whole
Lovely.
2.
Okay, well, at least he
Fantastic.
wasn't the lowest.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Viola, you're familiar. You've heard of that city, that certainly that region, the county. One of the larger ones that's in Sanaa. Along it definitely gets a lot of its benefit from the Curis Sea. So a lot of the trade that goes through there, when it makes it, they benefit from that a lot. It's a very nice area, a little bit higher status in that area. Some notable noblemen. And you would know this as well, Snow. You maybe also know some stories, a lot of tales that pass through that area. But if you have not been there yourself, you've spoken to the right people who have passed through that area. Pull my notes back up so I'm back on track. Here we are. So yeah, he tells you that.
To be honest, I don't even remember the
What do you mean
questions
here
we
for?
had for him, so I'm just waiting for Ste'yn to start the lineup.
She was waiting for you
He's
to be
like-
done with your
Shenanigans. You can say
These
I
are
was thinking
questions
of
that
bringing
I've
the
had written
eyes.
down in the doc for a long time.
it. Tell
You
me
know,
Minus the
now.
color.
we get him a little bit uncomfortable with like personal questions and stuff, and then we go and ask the real ones. He's so relieved he's ready to talk about them.
Mhm.
Yeah, very smart. Very smart. Mhm.
Definitely
That
how
works
that
every
works.
time. Sure works with Nora.
I mean, we did get Nora's story.
We did get a lot from Nora, so.
You
Yeah.
did, but not either not directly from her or not from the uncomfortable questions. You got her to talk by having a lovely camp out that she hadn't had in a long time.
Clay.
Oh, maybe we
It's
need
all
to
part
take
of the
Lana on a
plan.
trip.
Yeah.
Oh,
Over.
Yes. How did you know? I've been trapped in this city for so long.
Yeah, we'll just take out
That's
all
what we
the
did now.
emissaries next, one by one.
Now it sounds like a dating sim. Just take out each one of the adversaries.
You know?
I'm not mad about it, I won't lie.
Okay. Ste'yn just shakes her head a little bit, and then she'll look at Bon and say, I did have a question about what happened to Kalane's sword. I believe you were the last one seen in possession of it when it was found back in fighting those midnight chickens, gross creatures.
Midnight beasts. He shakes his head. Looks like he wants to spit. So again, the DM could have sworn that Nora had the sword. So if I'm wrong about that, my bad.
I think she passed it off or
She
something.
passed it off to Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys said as much, and I believe you because, you know, my memory, top notch. But he looks at you four, and he thinks about it. He's trying to go through and recollect what happened, and he says, I don't know what happened to it.
As he's thinking about it, I'm gonna see what he's thinking about and use a charge of my medallion.
I'm ready this time. Flip. So you start using your medallion. You can see all of those. You see the images as he's thinking of them. Those brief moments of like, there's the chickens, and there's you guys, and there's Snow about to die, and these are flashing through his head. You see the sword for a moment, but it's very blurry as he's trying to remember. You're getting these flashes of images.
So you don't know what happened to it?
I must have dropped it at some point. That's not something I'd say proudly.
That is a pity. I think it could have been important.
You're just having a very
You know where she got
unproud day, aren't you?
Seems
Do you know where
so.
she got it?
Kalane?
Yes.
No, I don't know anything else about it. I just imagined you were curious about it because she... Well, you all have a weapon, especially if you're going to go out of the city.
Did he
Why
think
the
anything
sword?
otherwise?
About this... About what? Just
About-
in general?
Did any of his thoughts contradict anything of what he was saying out loud?
Oh. No, you see him thinking about like, again, you could kind of see Kalane in his thoughts. It's also kind of blurry as he just doesn't really know her well. He even, again, just can't even fully make out what the sword looks like.
All right. Using the tail end of detect thoughts,
Mhm.
Snow is going to ask him, have you ever heard in your dealings with the dark, have you ever heard of someone referred to as the Doctor? And he is reading his thoughts on the matter. And then, well, first tell me what he thinks.
He says, what sort of doctor? His thoughts are now bouncing around. You can see various acolytes at Saker's Keep. You can see others that are at little tents. You kind of recognize vague background as different parts of Gratimino. Some other thoughts go to places that don't look like what you know the city to look like. Bounces around that a little bit before the magic starts to fade.
All right. Immediately, he just looks for the thoughts,
Uh-huh.
and whether or not there's any immediate recollection, any immediate knowledge of the doctor whose journal that Snow has read. But he doesn't actually wait for Vaughn to answer.
Interesting.
As soon as he reads that in his mind, Snow says, "Sorry, you must have misheard. I was just asking if there's a specific reason for hunter green as opposed to, say, forest green." And he uses Gift of Gab to make Vaughn not remember that question at all.
Gift of Gab, you say?
When you cast a spell, you skillfully reshape the memories of listeners in your immediate area so that each creature of your choice within 5 feet of you forgets everything you said within the last 6 seconds. Those creatures will remember that you actually said the words you speak as the verbal component of the spell.
Okay. There's no save against it? It just happens?
Nope.
It is
Okay.
only 6 seconds, so
That's true.
Yeah.
No, I was just curious.
You don't get a lot of time for it,
yeah.
which is why I
That's
said
true. You're just like,
immediately. He reads the thought and then erases the question. He just
Okay.
wanted to see if there was any recollection from it.
Sure.
He'll let
Yeah.
the others remember that he asked it, though.
And
Feeling generous.
Vaughn, thinking that you've just decided to jump back to your foolish questions, it seems, kind of raises an eyebrow again. He doesn't look amused, but he's also not yelling and he's not raising his voice, and he just leans back in his chair, not lazily, but he leans back a little bit, and he says, "The names just stand out to me better. Hunter, like a fighter, like a warrior, versus forest, which, well, when you travel,
a lover of violence. I understand.
we just don't have a lot of forests near me. But sometimes you have to prove yourself with a little violence." Was there anything else you needed?
I guess not.
Why did you ask about the sword again?
I was hoping to be able to look at it in person. I saw a flash of it in a dream and wanted a closer look.
A dream.
She has a lot of weird
Yes.
dreams.
I do. It's kind of a thing my goddess likes to do.
I see. Well, I wouldn't take it too personally. Sometimes the gods don't have another means of having us hear them. Sometimes we're just too preoccupied in our own business in the day.
You're
What
familiar with
god are
that?
you interested in?
Samladdle is done very well by me.
Do you have like a piece of jewelry or a pendant or something for her?
Show me the bling.
I want to see it. Are you possessed?
He's got a
looks
medallion.
He looks at you, Viola. He said, "Do you mean my holy symbol?" And he does, from under his armor and his clothing, he pulls out a medallion on a cord. One that Snow is a little familiar with. He's seen it before.
Viola looks at it closely and tries to figure out if it's weird or not.
Sure, give me an
No.
investigation check.
Is it weird or not?
Is it weird or is it not?
She just leans in.
Just starts staring.
Is it weird or is it just ugly?
17.
This is why I didn't put my rubber bands back in, because I was really afraid if I did, I was gonna pop them from laughing.
Viola's just
17.
Viola's just like, the gods aren't really my thing, and she'll just like absentmindedly like lean in as close as she can get before Vaughn acts weirded out. I just like I've been learning a lot about it, and Ste'yn's all about her goddess situation, and we've had some friends recently that are into the gods and or goddesses, and found out that holy symbols were even a thing recently. And so I've just been really interested in the matter. As you can tell, I like bling myself, so I always like to check out other people's bling.
Snow
The way you
pats her
carry.
shoulder.
The way you carry yourself does mean a lot. And I see you carry yourself with a refinement that should be respected and noted.
Thanks.
You are looking at his holy symbol. I am trying to find.
Beau's
what
going
I'm
to
looking
mind link to
for.
Viola after he says that. I feel like that's the last thing you want people thinking, considering your situation, Viola.
Oh, you worry about yourself. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself.
I mentioned I love Viola to death. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. I am looking for where I put the various holy symbols that exist for these gods. You know, when I finally one of the few things I did in advance, and I have to find it.
Is Vaughn acting super weirded out that she's getting so close to look at it?
You can give me an insight check at disadvantage because you're also looking at the medallion very closely.
Oh, that's a nat one.
Uh-huh.
The Viola dice
Who
have not been
cares?
as
Look at that.
kind tonight.
Look at that holy symbol.
He's holding it. Yeah, he's holding it, and you've been staring at it, and you don't realize as it appears as if it's like starts going back and forth, and you're just kind of mesmerized at it going back and forth and
He's
back
hypnotizing her.
and forth. You guys just see him holding it, looking down at her with a very raised eyebrow, almost concerned at how close she's getting.
How annoyed
and he's starting
is he
to
getting?
Sit back. He looks uncomfortable with how close she's getting, and he is sitting back.
Good.
But you see a it looks like it's carved from stone, a very light, kind of beigeish stone, has a few striations going through it, and there is a symbol in the center of it, also carved, that I'm trying to find quicker than I may be able to. Let's see.
Does Viola think it looks similar to the medallions, Ziva's and Jeremy's that she's seen previously? I don't know that she's taken a super close look at them.
Hey, Brenna, I have it. I can send it right back to you.
Thank you, my love.
I know she's seen Ziva's, so I guess she's looking to see if it's similar to Ziva's.
That is
You've
the one.
seen
Thank
both of
you.
them. Snow is still wearing Ziva's, and
I
you
just
saw
don't know
Snow identifying Jeremy.
I don't know
No.
if she's looked at as closely at Jeremy's though, because she had Ziva's bracelet at first.
Right.
So, Viola, what you were able to notice with your investigation prior to your insight check and getting dizzy and not realizing you're like zoning out, it does not look the same as the medallions that you found that Jeremy was holding. It doesn't look the same as the one on Ziva's pendant. Those are both these basically iron discs, essentially, these thick iron discs. This one is it's a completed, well, it is also like a disc. It's round, but it is carved. It's a little bit less clean around the edges. And the symbol you see is, that's not it. The symbol you see, it's these 4 diamonds. So it's 4 diamonds, 2 on either side, and in the center, 2 overlapping, one over the other, and kind of a wave, kind of these 2 wave lines going, kind of weaving in and out of them of gold. It gives you very much this sense of like moving sand.
She'll, like, after she's satisfied or whatever, she'll like stand up and like shake her head and then just like walk away, not say anything else.
Okay. Vaughn looks at the others. Is she all right?
She does this. She's trying very hard to learn about the gods and goddesses and doesn't always understand the concept of personal space when it comes to that.
Viola
She
will
clings
also
to you like
mind link
glue.
to Beau. and say, I think Vaughn was just trying to hypnotize me. That's why I was so dizzy and I was like shaking my head around. I think he was trying to hypnotize me.
He's such a mastermind.
Ste'yn, for the throwback reference, you can have inspiration.
Yay!
Viola, for running with that, you can have inspiration.
Does it look like to Snow that Vaughn has clocked Ziva's bracelet that he's wearing?
Give me an insight check.
While that's happening, Viola will suddenly remember that she was going to ask a question and say, oh, hey, Vaughn, do you happen to know where Komugal would be?
Probably in the Raleigh district. He's a ward, after all, a warden. So I don't track his comings and goings, but I'd imagine he'd be out there.
I was gonna.
Why?
Well, I don't know. We were talking about Kalain and it made Komugal pop up and we just don't know much about him. And so I figured I'd ask. But I mean, it's surprising that you don't have to be very smart to become a warden.
What?
I just feel like Komugal's not very smart. He's kind of rude too.
She has a point.
There is a difference in one's intelligence and one's wisdom. Perhaps he doesn't interact well with everyone he meets, and I think
So you
the
agree with me?
That he can have a temper, yes. I think perhaps the captain had hoped in her assignments that brief interaction perhaps might allow for amendment, as I think there was some tension with two of you, but that didn't seem to go as planned in her total outlook. But he is not dumb. He's just potentially foolish.
I didn't say he was dumb. I said he wasn't very smart.
I said he was dumb.
You're putting words in my mouth.
My
I
apologies.
still think
worked
he's
out.
dumb.
I still think you're incorrect. There's a lot you have to learn in order to become a warden. At least a lot you'd have to prove. So
There's
I
a
suppose
difference between
technically,
learning and proving.
yes, as I would say, yes. Perhaps you could become a warden and not necessarily be the brightest, but I do think it would affect the continued course you might take, and we would utilize your skills as necessary.
It's a very diplomatic answer.
Thank you. Not every novice makes that easy.
No roll for something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So I had a
rolled
thought, but I want
22
to.
insight.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't appear to notice that you are wearing Ziva's bracelet.
Right. Beau's going to mind link to Ste'yn. Do you remember those names that Saz mentioned? Or somebody mentioned? Names that were on that mission?
If you give me just a second, I will remember them.
I just have to think really hard.
Just have to think really hard for a
Brain
second.
blast!
Cast guidance on yourself. Ah, yes. Now I remember.
You can have inspiration for the brain blast. I laughed. Yes, please feed into my childhood nostalgia and I'll give you inspiration. Confusing Spotify again with the same song on repeat since like 5:30.
What song is it today?
It's the same one, that same background song.
Nice.
You guys are welcome to tune in if you'd like through the Discord. But you're gonna listen to the same song on repeat, so
Mary the Platypus theme song.
it should be, but I'm not nearly as cool as E.
Oh yeah. Same old minds link back. So yes, like we learned at, I think it was the Captain's command actually. It was Gerard and Raya who were with Ziva.
I think it was Oriah.
Oh, Raya. I misspelled that in my notes then.
Maybe
I did not get a chance to go back through your notes. I
maybe
apologize.
Vaughn knows where they are. We can ask about them.
We're good. All right. I promise we don't have too many more questions. We're just trying to get some things
No, please.
cleared up and have a better understanding and appreciation for how things work here.
I could use a little bit of a break. We've been just preparing for some upcoming events for you all. So
Yeah, so you said Kamugel's probably in the Raleigh district. We were trying to find someone else we've encountered before, Ziva, and she wasn't at the Captain's command where we thought she might be. But we did learn she had recently gone on a mission with a couple of her other wardens guards, Gerard and Oriah. Yes, sorry, I still get the ranks confused. I'm supposed to actually get my hands on a handbook later tonight. That will be lovely.
you don't have one?
It went missing somehow, and
Do you have extra copies?
He immediately reaches into a drawer below him, pulls one out. It's rolled up and tied. Hands one to Ste'yn.
Viola will hold her hand out as well. Pretty please?
Oh. Did you not receive them? And he reaches for a second one.
we received them. I think hers got waterlogged on a mission, and mine went missing on a mission as well, I think. So they've just met.
Misplaced their things a lot. It's fine.
You
Hopefully
guys don't have yours either.
Mine
Yeah.
was ruined.
Mine I threw away at Saker's Keep.
Okay. Snow,
But-
did you need another one?
No, I already looked through it.
Okay.
But would you
ignorance is
happen
not a reason.
would you happen to know where we might be able to find the other guards, Gerard and Oriah? Are you familiar with them at all?
He pauses a moment, brow kind of furrowed, potentially in thought. Looks back at you. He says, there are only so many guards. Some of them are rather stand out. Those names being some of them, they would also have barracks in the Raleigh district if they're there. If guards have a series of assignments different than wardens or novices would, so
Of course.
it's likely they wouldn't be at the city as often as, say, you would. Although, it sounds like the four of you have been traveling a decent amount.
We just do what we're told to do and try to do it to the best of our ability.
I understand. Well, what we're hoping for after tomorrow is to bring some normalcy, so to speak, to your schedules. To have an opportunity for you to be here in the city, doing as you were intended to be doing, to a degree. With a little bit of lightheartedness was the goal. So hopefully you won't be going too far anytime soon. Not till after the festival, at least.
When he
I
says
know-
that, Snow is just like openly grimacing.
Yeah, Beau's rolling his eyes a little bit.
I'm sure it will
Um,
be great for you four.
I'm sure. And I know I've been asking a lot of where different people might be, but we did just come from Seika's. I've been hoping to speak to Goro, head celebrant Goro, and he wasn't there. Do you know when he might be back or where he went?
I don't know where he's gone, if he's not there. He has his own business to attend to, and he's not a guardian resident. He's a citizen resident, so his comings and goings are not my jurisdiction anyway.
Right.
Not that I guess they would be. Well, anyway.
Viola's gonna mind link to Beau. Beau, Ask Ste'yn if she forgot, because whoever that guy was, I don't remember his name. I don't even know if I've been told. No, yeah, I've been told his name is Yonai. Um, Ask Ste'yn if she forgot that he told us that Goro was helping take that prisoner guy to Zaylee.
All right. Ste'yn, Viola would like you to know that Goro is taking the prisoner somewhere, I guess.
Something.
Trying to corroborate information is not a bad thing.
I just told her I would tell you.
Pass it along.
The best game of broken telephone.
Gotta go back to. She doesn't care, Viola.
You would never say that, Beau. You're lying. Insight check.
Who against Ste'yn?
Beau. Not actually, though. Viola
Regardless,
does
good
give him
luck.
a look. She just like looks at him.
Vaughn is just waiting for someone to talk.
All three of them suddenly get silent.
Glaring at each other.
They get quiet. You just see.
Well, thank you very much for all of your assistance and for answering the many questions that we threw your way. Is there anything you need from us?
Why would you ask him that? I don't want to help him.
It's called building a
No.
bridge so we can manipulate him later.
Snow stands up and just starts walking to the door.
Snow heads out the door. Vaughn is very tight-lipped, and he just says, I was taught, and he doesn't look at you, he just says, I was taught by my mother that if I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I am just going to ask that you behave and listen to your captain and your emissaries. Please.
Right. We can do that.
Thank you.
You hear
very
Snow
much.
giggling as he walks out the door.
Does he still have
We'll be
his
sure.
pendant thing out showing? Or actually, I need to check something real quick. If I'm curious.
He would
if that
likely,
is
once he
out.
was done with it, tuck it back.
Okay. Never mind then.
Well, thank you for answering questions, Vaughn. You can't say that we didn't make your day more interesting, but
I
we'll
cannot.
see you later. Have a wonderful day.
Good job not yelling.
Thank you. I'll make sure to give the captain your glowing support.
Was it really glowing though?
Well, it's
All right.
better than what I hear he says.
That
What
is
do you
true.
hear?
Touche.
Again, I was told if you have nothing nice to say.
Good.
Uh-huh. Thank you for being very entertaining. And if you see Bria or if you see Emissary Bria or Rochelle, if you could send them back our way, my way.
No, they have the day off. They're not working. Leave them be.
We have a lot to accomplish here.
And they have a lot of relaxing to accomplish. We give people breaks for a reason, Vaughn. And they don't get uptight.
And thank you. Let's go.
Uh-huh. And you guys make your way out of the office.
Dinner time yet?
I don't think so. I think it's about 4.
I'm more than happy to fast forward to dinner, to after dinner, wherever it is you guys needed or wanted to be. Unless there was more people you needed to find to ask any questions today.
Just going on
Seems
over
like-
to the rally district.
I'm gonna take a quick trip to the Raleigh District. That would only take you a couple hours there and back from whatever else.
I think it was 30 minutes by carriage to get there, so that's an hour there and
30
back,
minutes
and they'd
to an
have an hour in
heading
there.
down to get to the gate, to then
Yeah.
go there, to then do what
Oh,
you need
I guess
to
you
do,
have to get to the
to
gate.
get back to that gate, to get over to this gate, to get back
Okay.
up to the.
So we'd have about half an hour. Well, no, actually, I guess we would have 2 hours. It would take 2 hours total just
A
to
little
travel.
while. just a little while. It's a
Maybe
big
we'll
city.
do that in the morning.
It's only 4 PM. Use up your time. It's okay. Regardless, whatever happens this session, next session, we're having a great time. I'm very excited.
We have a great time every session.
I mean, we're having
So-
a party next session.
Dinner?
I suppose so. That was, once again, less than helpful.
Did we really
typical
think
Vaughn.
Vaughn would be all that helpful?
No.
You know, the apology was nice, then he lost all the respect at the end again.
That is true. He tried to hypnotize me. Did you see it with his little pendant?
Did you notice when he was hitting on you?
What? No. Stop it.
Maybe might have just been flattery to try to make you
It
forget.
was
that he's
all
so
in the
annoying.
eyes, Viola. You gotta look in the eyes.
I am not looking at. No. No. I have eyes for one person and one person only.
Oh, goodness. I do love that our
So,
party is
yeah.
bonding over a hatred of Vaughn.
You know, I cannot even be mad.
If all else
Whatever it
fails.
takes. Hate someone.
Is there any other leads worth following up on today?
Unless we happen to see either Dolma or Kumugul around. I don't think so. I'd still like to find out more of what happened to Kalain, and I think they'd be the ones to tell us. But that's luck of the draw.
I really want to take a closer peek at. I can't remember her name. It sounds like Ziva if the first half is cut off. Rosita!
Rosita?
Rosita?
Yeah! I would also like to take a closer peek at Rosita's jewelry if we do go back to the Pike eventually, which I'm sure we will.
I thought she was just gonna say, "I want to take a closer look at Rosita." And I was
You can
thinking,
always-
remember. Look at the eyes.
Doesn't she sell jewelry or something?
Well, she didn't say she was selling it. She said she
makes
kept
it.
giving it away, which I thought was kind of sketchy. She was giving it away to people in hopes that they would stay or something. It was like the novices that were leaving.
Oh, we should have
Wait,
asked Vaughn about that.
They've lost a lot of people lately.
Well, we haven't gone too far from him.
Honestly, that doesn't surprise me because it sounds like most people are not having as exciting of a time as we are here.
That's
Why?
true.
What are other
Exciting
people
time.
doing?
Cynthia's been cleaning the floors and she wasn't allowed to use magic. She said the other
So
day she
they're
was planting
making up
flowers
work.
too.
So they don't even have work for you to do. They're just making stuff up. See, this is why you shouldn't have. I don't know. Whatever this is.
I
A
mean,
city?
in a sense, you could say it's making
See, that was
discipline,
the
but it's
first
also
thing I
inefficient.
thought of, and then I was like, well, no.
I guess cities can exist.
I thought you'd appreciate the flower planting, Snow.
Oh yeah, no, it was the cleaning with specifically not using magic when she could just use magic and it would be a lot faster and more efficient and probably a better job.
To be honest, though, with Cynthia, it could have been that she was mean to the wrong person or a little bit rude to the wrong person, and then we're just getting back at her.
I mean, that's not how
Actions
you
do have consequences.
do this.
If she was cleverer, she would just do it anyway.
I mean, she
But
might
that
have.
would just lead to worse consequences if you got caught.
That's
Only
why I
if you
said
get caught,
clever.
I don't know. She seems to think she's very smart. So, Beau, you should have a conversation with her sometime. I think you guys
I
would
would
get along
love
grand.
to.
You
I'll
should
tell her
come with
you've
your
been
nail
keeping an
painting
eye
later.
out for her.
She was very colorful. I remember that from the test. She was very colorful. I liked that. There
I
needs to
think
be more
pink and
color.
orange would go well together.
Not really. They might clash a bit, actually.
If you're talking romantically, she's a bit young.
I don't know how old she is.
She's a human. She's a bit young.
How old are you again?
That's fair.
172 years old.
172 years old?
Yes.
For some reason, I was thinking you were like 400 and something. Not sure why.
That explains why you're so grumpy. You've been on this earth for so long.
Thanks for your understanding.
I aim to please, and she'll like do a big flourish and bow.
While we're at dinner, Snow would like to try to take Ste'yn's handbook.
So help me put context here. Were you guys having this conversation on your way to dinner?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you guys going for dinner? Because I'd be more than happy to let that try and happen.
Viola was
We're up.
going to suggest the free place so we don't keep paying for dinner when we can eat for free.
Well, in theory, we'll get paid eventually.
Yeah, like
but then
tomorrow
it's
or
like,
something, or
the
the
money
next
gets
day?
replaced.
Noah's gotten plenty of free stuff here, so he's not sure what you're talking about. You just have to be charming.
Or lie and say it's your birthday.
You don't know it was
Look
a
at
lie.
No,
Birthday
it's
again.
totally his birthday.
Do you know when his birthday is? No.
Viola believes it was his birthday.
You have no reason to doubt.
No, she just rolled low on the insight check.
No reason to doubt.
Well, the player has reason to doubt if your low roll on an insight check and then get confirmed it's his birthday.
It could be anything.
Not necessarily.
That's
Rolling
why I
low
said
on insight
reason to
checks can mean
doubt,
a lot
not
of things.
definitive doubt.
It's like being
He has
drunk
to have
in
a birthday
Clock
at some
Tower.
point.
The storyteller could choose to give correct information to a drunk player in Clock Tower.
True.
So you guys, where did you guys decide to then?
I
Said
don't think
go.
we made a decision between free or spending.
Look, you're welcome to duke it
suggested
out.
the free.
Doesn't matter to me.
How about this? If what's her face, the little girl, is working, we'll get the free
Here?
stuff. What?
Lear?
Yes, that one. She was good at
That's good to
cooking.
me. I
If
haven't
she's
seen her in
not
forever.
working, let's just pay for decent food.
Okay, as long as you're paying. Viola will start heading towards the place where the free food is.
Not what I said.
It's okay, Beau. I know what you meant. I'm good at reading between the lines.
So
Insight check, natural 1.
good.
Beau, high or low?
Low.
I dropped my die.
I think I've only gotten this correct once.
I love that you might know that. Okay.
Excuse me.
You guys make your way to the mess hall, looking for your halfling friend. Give me a perception check.
13.
15.
30,
24.
20.
Viola got a 20. Ste'yn, was that a 24?
24.
That's it? Wow. May as well roll a nat
Look.
1 over there. Snow, did you roll?
Natural 20.
Dang.
Nice.
All right.
Only for something that he doesn't care about very much.
You peek into the mess hall and it's not brimming with people, but there are a number of people that are still in there. They are having some early dinner as well. You check back, Beau, you take a peek back in the kitchen area, and you don't see Lear, but you do see one of the assortments of proteins available for food. You do see one of them appears to be a chicken kind of dish that looks familiar, just unplated in the way you had seen it last. But that same type of cooking that you had seen when Lear had made food for you guys before. Actually, you just noticed she's not there. Snow, you recognize though. Snow, you recognize that there is a plated, not an unplated chicken dish that you recognize was Lear's cooking from before. So you are privy, and Ste'yn can catch on pretty quickly, just sight and smell, that though you don't spot Lear, it looks like she might have been here cooking, and perhaps that was the end of her shift, and then she went about her business. So the food might be hers. She's just not here.
The food looks and smells like hers, so I say we eat.
Works for me.
I'm gonna ask if she's working.
I think Beau just wants to see
You're-
her.
So
Do
pretentious.
you have a crush on her?
No.
Viola with
Insight
the
check.
no, that's not a no.
Well, very
Snag
much
of
was no.
inspiration. Viola pops in. But is it? Insight check.
Are you sure about that?
Does your
Are you
no
sure
really
you're
mean
sure?
no? Or is it like a maybe no? You're asking around if anyone's seen her?
It's just,
Or she's
I mean,
here?
is there like a counter that somebody is like behind? Like, is there anybody that seems to be on?
Yeah. It looks like there's someone behind where the food is displayed and kind of helping people take some, very cafeteria style.
Hello. Is Lear making food today? Now.
And you're looking at a human, rather plain looking male, hair kind of just brushed back, a little messy. He just looks around. Well, no one's cooking anymore. I don't know who was here before.
When does cooking happen?
Before meals, so that it's ready for meals.
Hmm.
I guess you haven't had a kitchen shift.
No.
Missing out. Free food. I guess you get free food anyway. Free food while you're making it.
So wait a minute. Are you saying the only option is that chicken plate?
No, you've got chicken here. We've got some beef. We've got a pork. No fish today. A little hard to get the fish. Not exactly coastal, but yeah,
Wait,
no fish today.
how is the beef served? This is me asking.
Sure. The beef is in these very uneven patties. But even though they are uneven, look really nice and thick and like really juicy. You can still see like from each one of them a little bit of steam coming up. Some of that, just a little bit of that grease on there. Just a little, not too much. A little shine.
I see. So if I wanted steak, this wouldn't be the place.
Not tonight. It's not what they had prepared for tonight.
Right.
Sorry, I also could go for a steak. The wild pike has a mean steak.
Yes. And I turn around and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. We're not eating for free.
I mean,
He could go get his steak and bring it back here.
Yeah, why don't you do that, Beau?
I wasn't telling you couldn't eat here.
You're not gonna eat dinner with us?
I
look
didn't
at it,
say
good
that
look at
either.
There and then bring it back here. They aren't exclusive.
Okay, well, Viola will
bad.
grab a plate and start getting some food.
Beau is gonna go order the exact thing that I had for lunch.
Sure.
Bloody steak.
Oh, and she's keeping an eye out for baby carrots and tarts.
Viola, give me an investigation check. Beau, you head back to the Wild Pike for the steak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even in that short period of time that you were, relatively short period of time, that you were talking to Vaughn and then talking amongst yourselves, the pike has started to fill up. There are quite a few people gathering in here now. The music isn't quite started playing yet, but you can see that the performer is up on the stage. She seems to be sitting and talking to someone quickly who's on the other side of the stage. You can't quite see who she's talking to from just the doors. And as you head up towards the bar table or trying to track someone down, you can see the barmaids and bar lads as they are dressed differently, but they are all zooming around. Just table to bar area to kitchen to table, zooming.
Okay, he's gonna go to the counter while he's going there. He's gonna do the same thing he did earlier and make his bandana smell like lavender and vanilla. And then he's gonna go up and... Is it Rosita behind the counter still?
You don't see Rosita behind the counter.
Okay, it's just...
You don't see anyone immediately behind the counter.
They're a
Then
little
you
bell.
see there's no bell, but you do see one of the bar lads comes back out, and he seems to be attending to the people at the countertop. But it's he's again bouncing person to person to person to person.
Has he noticed Beau at all?
He just noticed you. With just like 2 more drinks on his tray, he comes back over to you, Beau. Yeah, how can I help you? Welcome.
Yes. Hi, I'd like a rare steak.
We have it on the menu tonight. We don't have steaks left, but we've got some good stew. Can I interest you?
Not entirely. What else do you have?
Well, seems like they're a little light tonight on the variety of fare, but we've got the stew, and there's a really nice how do you explain it? There's this really good like rabbit dish, just cooked to perfection. The meat is so tender with a side, this medley of veggies. So good.
Do you have anything that's like steak adjacent?
He like half joking says, the stew meat before it's cooked, I guess.
That will do.
But he's like laughing.
Just
Huh?
put it in the broth.
What?
Hmm?
Huh?
I'm joking.
That's funny. You're
Mhm.
funny. That's a good one. Did you want some stew?
No, thank you. Can I just have some drinks?
Yeah, what do you need?
What are some cheap options?
Mead, ale, standard fare, wines, some nice wines. We've got some top shelf stuff. Although the bottle of my favorite's already missing, and that's unfortunate. I can't believe we went through
How
it
much
that
is it for
quickly.
just a bottle? So that way... I could
bottle.
just take that and some cups.
That'll range, I mean, anywhere from 5 to 25 silver.
All right. Well, what's the cheapest one? 5?
Yeah.
All right. Can I have that and 4 cups?
Sure. Give me a minute. And he finishes doling out the last remaining drinks on his tray, and then he goes to the back again. Viola, how did you do on your roll?
10.
Cool. You spot normal carrots, and they're steamed. They smell really good.
Is that guy still around that Beau was talking to?
Yeah, he's just in the back helping people.
Oh, so she'd just like kind of call out to him and be like, I have a request. If it wouldn't be too hard, would I be able to get a bag of the carrots before they're cooked? If you have any baby carrots, like the small, tiny ones, that would be preferred.
You want me to sort through the carrots and find little ones?
Well, if you bring them out, I can sort through them. I don't mind. But yeah,
Ah,
essentially.
that sounds gross. To let
I'll wash
someone
my
just start
hands.
going through. Give me a persuasion check.
This health and sanitary board is not for this.
19!
Okay. He looks at you for a moment. Okay. And he brings you to the back. There's a pitcher with water, and you're welcome to wash your hands, and some good lard soap and clean up. And then he shows you where they store the different vegetables in this side room that's very cold and crisp. And they have these veggies that are just staying nice and fresh in there. He kind of hurries you along so you're not staying in the cold room for very long, and lets you stay in the back and sort through carrots. This is what we're doing tonight.
So while they're doing that, Snow is trying to see if he can snatch Ste'yn's handbook. While it's just the two of them.
Sure.
Just the 2 of us.
So Beau left to the Wild Pike. Viola went to go get food and go sort carrots. What are you guys doing?
Stealing.
Well,
Oh,
what's Ste'yn
Kat, I think
doing?
you're muted.
Theft.
Yeah. Ste'yn was gonna start fixing a plate of food.
Okay.
Yeah. She's a
I
little confused
assume we
about why
both just
people
get
left.
plates of food
but-
and we
Yeah.
sit down.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
While
Give me
we're
a
sitting down,
sleight of hand check.
what's your passive perception? What do I have to beat for this?
20.
Funny.
It's a 20.
That is a 20. I
I
have a +5.
Assuredly beats it.
It's a dirty 20.
Just the way we live.
I
How
also
do
have
you
other
go
things
about
I can do there, even if it didn't work.
how do you go about taking this handbook once again? This poor girl.
Where did she
She
put
just
it?
no.
I assume in her backpack.
Yeah, probably one of the outer pockets of it. She wouldn't have worried too much about keeping it secure because you probably plan to take it out and read it at dinner. So just like poking out one of the pockets of her bag.
Yeah, he is like when they go to sit down then and they're they've taken their backpacks off and everything and just he will make a show of like just moving them over a little bit, and as he's doing that he just slides her handbook from her backpack into his backpack.
Beautiful. Fantastic. I don't know if you heard me earlier for that inspiration for now I've forgotten what you did, but if you didn't get it earlier because you didn't hear me, please make sure you take it now.
Ma'am.
Yeah, you sure do. Swipe that handbook. As you two sit to dinner, Poor Ste'yn has once again misplaced her handbook, so I suppose she won't be reading that during dinner. Viola, what do I want to make you roll? Just because I like you guys rolling dice. I left my book and now it's sitting there.
Dexterity for
Dexterity.
sorting carrots.
I was gonna say something like dexterity based, or even like something like a survival check. I don't
Survival.
know.
What's happening with these carrots?
Listen,
Nature
you have to know
Carrots
which is the right.
revenge.
Yeah, I like nature checks. That's good. Let's do that one.
As long as it's not like performance or deception, then I'm pretty
No,
much
this is
okay.
an intelligence-based one.
Performance,
You don't
you
have
have
to
to
speak
sing
with
the
plants.
I'm trying to
carrots.
lie to the carrot.
That for nature, that is a 21.
Yeah,
I am sorting these carrots like it's nobody's business.
It just reminds me of the days when I would sit with my mom and we would like shell the peas for a dish, like those green beans or the green beans. That's what I'm thinking. I love that. But for her, it's just sorting out the small carrots from the big carrots, and you go through and you end up with a big sack of these just smaller carrots. And the guy's looking at you and he's like, were you just told to grab those? Were you donating
Well,
for those?
So
or-
here's the thing. I have a horse down in the stables, Buttercup. She's very dear to me, and these carrots are her favorite. And so I wanted to be able to sort some out for her. Would it be possible for me to leave like the larger bag in here and come back and like get them if I need them?
He just kind of looks back and forth, a little confused, and then just shrugs. Sure, I don't care. I was just curious.
That is wonderful. Thank you. She'll give him a hug. And then she's gonna take a smaller bag and like put it in her bag to take to Buttercup later. Did she find any tarts for Saz?
Not from here. There's like a little, the kind of lame boxed desserts here. The little mini 2-bite boxed kind of desserts. I think you'd mentioned, either you or he mentioned the wild pike had the little tarts.
Okay. Viola will mind link over to Beau and, hey Beau, could you pick up a couple tarts for Saz and I will pay you back?
Why?
Because I told him I'd bring him a tart. If you want me to get them myself later, that's fine. But I just figured I'd ask since you were already over there.
Is the person still standing in front of Beau?
He hasn't come back yet. It takes like a solid 10 minutes. And then he comes back. He's doles out on some more dishes. He does not have a bottle in his hand. He goes out into the pike, going to the tables, comes back around. It's another 10 minutes.
Wait,
finally
another 10
comes
minutes
back.
on top of that 10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Because Beau's not going to be
It's
staying
busy
there
tonight.
that long.
Oh, it's busy that night.
I mean, when he comes back around, Beau would stop him and be like, can I have the bottle?
Yeah, sorry. Busy night, he says, and then he scoots back into the kitchen. 3 minutes. Comes back out, has another tray, but he does have a bottle under his arm with the neck pointed up and out. He drops the bottle, not drops it or slams it, but he actually very tactfully places it with this very deft movement in front of you. Kind of hold his hand out. It's 5 silver.
Okay, he pays him.
Thanks so much. And then he goes to finish delivering some drinks.
Okay, Beau does not want to wait for the amount of time it would take to get tarts. Then,
That's totally fair. Do you go back to the others then?
yeah.
Okay.
On his way
And
back,
even
he'll
as
just
you-
tell her, it's too busy. I'm not waiting that long.
Okay, I'll go over later before I go down to the stables. Thank you for thinking about it, though.
Thank you for having a nice thought.
It's progress.
Yay!
It's-
She wasn't
wearing
meaning
them
to
down.
make it sound mean. She's trying to be
Thanks for
nice.
thinking about it.
She
But
was
as
gonna
you are
say thank you
leaving,
for doing that for me, but then I was like, wait, he didn't really do anything though. But
as you are leaving, there are a few of the barmaids who pass you by. They do look very busy, but they do take a moment to just kind of like do a quick wave, as if it's very trained in them to notice when someone is coming and going. And then you head out. The others are back in the mess hall. You guys have your dinner, I imagine.
All right,
People
they
are-
didn't give me any cups, so we either get the cups here or we're gonna share this bottle.
Viola will
cups
look
there.
around and see if she can see cups.
fine.
If she
There's
does, she'll go
cups.
grab cups.
4 simple, basic cups. Wooden cups. Enjoy.
What time is it now?
Let's say, as you guys are enjoying your dinner
It'd be at
and
least 4:30
some
or 5.
drinks. Yeah, let's move time along. Getting on. Yeah, 4:35. As you guys are having dinner, 6, an hour to just relax. A short rest, you might say. Not that you need one.
Oh, I could use one.
I'll
Could
go
use
for
one.
it. Go for it.
I might as well get a short rest and do a little bit more hit die because I'm still slightly injured.
This is what I wanted the alcohol for. Oh, whoops.
Back up to
The wrong
max.
spot.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Same.
So, what are we doing tonight?
Well, Ste'yn and I are gonna go hang out with the girls for a little bit. I also want to go back down to visit Buttercup and give Saz a tart. I'm gonna have to stop by the.
Well, that was only
um,
to get a handbook, and we got handbooks now. And she's gonna
and
look in
paint
her bag.
nails.
You go to find where you put your handbook. It's not there.
I swear I put it right in here. She digs through the bag for a minute.
You lost it again already?
Don't
lose
know.
things that quickly.
I'm not callous.
Well, Viola's gonna take out her guidebook or handbook and hold it in her hand and say, "You know what's gonna have to be done for you to read mine."
You'd drive a hard bargain.
I'm confused. What's so special about getting your nails done?
Have you ever had your fingernails painted, Beau?
But just lifts up his hand.
Are they painted?
No,
Yeah, I've said this before. He has black nail polish on.
Then I don't understand why you think it's not special if you enjoy having your fingernails painted.
It's not a deal to make out of it.
I want to paint her nails. Do you have a problem with this, Beau?
No, I just don't get the whole excitement.
I don't
Because
either.
it's hard to get Ste'yn to do fun things, okay?
is Ste'yn currently wearing gloves, or are her hands out as she eats?
Is she even eating?
She's eating.
That's also a good question. Okay.
She's eating. She does keep her gloves on.
Picturing her using chopsticks for some reason with these massive gauntlets.
She took the ramen plate. Prepared.
I can do fun things. Just don't often have a reason to.
Girly fun things?
You don't do fun for a reason. You do it for fun. That's the reason.
No?
When's the last time you like dressed up in a
Just
fancy
no.
dress or something?
Have you ever done something fun before? Because now I'm concerned.
No, one question at a time. We don't want to overload her.
That's true. She looks like she's having trouble.
I only owned a fancy dress once. I think I was 5. Or
What
5.
about all the funerals I imagine you attend? You don't dress up for those.
She
You just
probably
went
wears
back.
what she's wearing now.
And sorry, what was the other question?
I have no idea.
Something about fun stuff. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Something
Snow
about
asked it.
when,
have you
when
ever
was
had
the
fun
last time
before?
you... Oh, there you go.
Because now I'm concerned that you don't actually know what fun is.
She has
And that
fun every
makes me
time she goes
sad.
to a graveyard.
Yes, F is for friends. No.
Oh, that old elven chant.
I've never had much reason to try and just have fun. There's always been something else to do.
Well, good thing you met us.
No,
Yeah.
She
it's
looks like she's having
genuinely
a ball.
heartbroken.
Well, Ste'yn, if you don't want to suffer through hanging out with the girls, I'm happy to paint your nails right now.
Maybe not while we eat, because the smell is not the best.
Well, yeah,
Half it.
obviously. If we're still eating, I can't use my hands to paint fingernails now, can I?
Whichever would be more fun.
Okay, then we're definitely doing it with the girls later.
Wonderful.
Then you can clear up the whole necromancy thing.
Yes, thank you for reminding me that I have to clear that up.
Sorry. I mean, I am sorry. It does probably look like I'm sorry, but I am.
Insight check.
Well, that's what we'll be doing after dinner. I don't know what will you two be up to?
Boys, are the boys putting anything together for the Harvest Lamps Festival? I know the girls are supposed to be putting together a booth.
How would we know?
Do
Haven't
you
been
not
there,
talk?
here around? No,
Do-
we've been out and about.
I've been with you guys for most of the time, and I've been able to talk to the girls and figure out what's going on.
You
Yeah,
went
but
once.
you wanted to talk to them.
You don't want to make friends and talk to people?
Do I seem
Talk
to want to make friends and talk to people?
Yes, you seem like you just want to be best friends with everybody you meet.
Insight check.
I am friends with most people I meet, but I don't usually talk about work or the work that they're doing or whatever.
I don't know that it's
I
necessarily
usually try to talk about
work.
fun things.
Well, I think it's supposed to be a fun thing. Like it's putting up a booth for the Harvest Lamps Festival, so it could be any sort of booth for a festival. I mean, I don't necessarily know what all kinds of booths are at festivals, but I would assume that some of them are fun.
What kind of booth are you making?
I don't know. Well, I didn't get that far. Like you said, we've been gone a lot.
That's fair. I mean, isn't there like 10 days? 9 days? I don't know how time works. Something
Time
like
is a
that.
construct.
Until then, I feel like there's a long time to make a booth.
I mean, you got to start
I've never-
planning so that you can get all your ducks in a row ahead of time.
You'll make so
Well,
much work.
to
out of
answer your
entertainment.
question, I don't think we're going to go off talking about making booths.
So what are you going to do?
I didn't think of it.
Well, I guess if there's nothing, if you all don't want to do something together, probably go back to the pike.
I come
I mean, I
join
could
after we
probably-
finish nails. Can't take that long.
Yeah. That'll be
What
fine.
else
be
is there to
surprised,
do
Dan.
on the plank?
Oh, there's always something
No,
to do
please
with the
don't
fight.
get drunk for the second time today.
No, I was thinking I would do some performance. That's what I usually do
Ooh,
in taverns.
That'll be fun.
You should.
Sure and stop by.
Beau's gonna smirk a little bit and then looking at Stan say, I might go for a walk around town.
Do we like notice that? Is he like making it obvious that he's smirking at Ste'yn?
I mean, he's just smirking while staring in her direction. So, I mean, he's not necessarily making much of anything.
Well, take care to not get mugged again. I'd hate to see something happen to you. It'd be a bloody mess.
We've seen that Beau can handle himself. I'm sure he'll be fine. It's not like he's gonna get blood everywhere. Or at least
Oh,
it won't
no.
be visible.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Right.
Why did y'all got so intense? What was that?
Stan's overprotective.
I do tend to be a little bit overprotective, but I don't like to see people get hurt. Or hear
Or
about
get
it after the
hurt.
fact. Everything's fine.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
21.
Oh, dang.
Ooh,
There's a chance.
small one, but yeah.
Can Snow roll as well?
Well, her deception's not nearly as good as her
Perception?
perception.
I just know that deception is
Assuming she's
charisma-based,
using
and that's the
deception,
kind
she
her
could
things
be-
are fine,
she
so-
could
Got
be
pretty decent
thinking-
charisma.
And Viola's
She might be
charisma-
adding guidance.
She must be adding something. There's some kind of math is mathing right now.
Well, I could go deception or persuasion, so I'm trying to decide which one to use. So I was doing the math for both.
I see. Do either of them beat a 21?
The total is
Mine's 18. baby.
23.
23, dang.
23. What did you roll, Snow?
Just an 18.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Everything's fine. Just some banter, trying to have fun.
Well, I mean, we have been asking you to have fun, so thank you for trying.
Right on.
Stan, what was that? I've never heard you say that in my life. Right on.
Have you ever said those words together in that order, in that way before?
With that gesture,
Never.
we're making progress.
Keep working on it.
Oh,
Go pat her. Give her a pat.
My face hurts.
Next time you could try pointing like this.
Done.
Beau's
I-
MO.
Will not be doing that.
Oh, come on, Stan. I thought you were trying to have fun.
I think I need to learn more about fun before I can pull that off.
Oh, speaking of fun, that book that you got a few days ago from Fate. Can I borrow it?
Not a fun book.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yes.
It was a wizard's book.
Mm-hmm.
Am I thinking of a different book? The doctor book? Whose
Not the
book was that?
journal.
No, she
journal.
not the
This is the
journal.
wizard's book.
Okay.
He does still have the journal,
I almost
but
said
he's
that.
not talking about the
From
journal.
Fate.
I thought that's what he was talking about.
Yeah,
I think
she'll.
Beau has the journal currently.
Yeah,
the
he
doctor.
does.
Oh.
Yes, he does.
It would be fate, but Ste'yn will easily find that in her bag, and hand it over to him.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
add wizard's book in my inventory.
Finally.
It only took us like 20 sessions.
Cool. Got that.
Cool.
Cool. Anything else y'all are doing at your fantastic, fun dinner? Okay. So you finish up your food, make your exchanges, and seems the party hearts. The girls.
Viola is gonna go by the pike to like order the tart ahead of time to make sure it's ready so she can just grab it on the way out after she's done with the girls.
It takes you a fair amount of time to get someone's full attention. You get a profuse apology from one of the barmaids as she notices you, takes your order, asks when you'll come to pick it up.
Like 45 minutes to an hour, maybe? Something like
How
that.
about I get it since I'm going to be here? And
Oh,
then-
yes! No, you can just grab it when it's ready and I'll
Yep.
come and grab it from you. That works perfectly. See, you're using your noggin, Snow. Look at you go.
You're in a very
Thank you.
supportive
Right on.
mood.
Right on, Snow.
What? What's that? Oh, as you so Snow, you're going
It's
to
our new
you are-
catchphrase. You're welcome.
Snow, you get comfortable at the pike, and shortly after you are settled in, the music begins to play, and you immediately recognize a lilting tune you had heard the last time that Vav had been playing, and you see her up on stage performing for the crowd that has steadily grown. There are quite a few people, barely a seat available at any table tonight. Beau, where were you headed?
He was just gonna walk around for a little bit, see if
Okay.
anything happens.
Interesting. You go and you make your way out and head back to the area you've been before? Or you're
Yeah,
just
he'll probably
walking-
just go there first.
Yeah. To the a little more densely populated with night goer folks. And Ste'yn and Viola, you guys make your way upstairs to the women's barracks. And I think that's a good place to take a quick break. We'll take like a 5-10 minute break. Probably won't be a full 10 minutes. You guys at home should also do that. Get some food, get some water, and join us back here for the latter half of this adventure. Passing some days before the very exciting Harvest Lamp Festival. I'm excited. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for enjoying, hopefully, the first half and now the latter half of our session tonight. I hope everyone here at the table is having fun too. I very purposely did not put my rubber bands in for my braces because I was sure they were going to pop because I'm laughing so hard. So anyway,
You're welcome.
our ladies, thanks guys. After a jovial dinner, and the party goes their separate ways for a little while, Ste'yn and Viola, you guys make your way back upstairs. You go through the common room and the lines of mailboxes. You see the two large arches that lead for the doorways that lead to either barracks, and you make your way into the semi-familiar now. You haven't spent as much time as others into the women's barracks. You find your particular room. When you open the door, there's already chatter coming out from the room. There are 3 other girls in there whom you recognize. You see Lear. She's sitting on her bed. It looks like she's holding a little pouch that also looks familiar. You've seen such a prayer pouch before. This kind of dusty colored cloth that is pulled together with some dark strands. You can see her, she's holding it. She seems to be maybe like messing with one of the ties on it, maybe knotting it. She is talking animatedly with the girl on another bed, Kiara, who has her long hair, her blonde hair braided down the back, down the middle. She's just sitting talking to Lear, and on the further bed, messing around with some kind of tool or other, you see Winna. She is got her legs crisscrossed as she's fiddling with something in her hand. And as you guys open the door, they turn and they see you. Lear springs out of the bed, almost from the bed all the way to the door to jump and hug Ste'yn, who she hasn't seen in like 2 weeks and was getting very concerned. She wraps her arms around you, Ste'yn. She says, "You were all right." Oh, good. I'm so glad. I was so worried about you. Viola said you were all right, but I wasn't totally sure. Not that I don't trust you, Viola. I do, of course. But we hadn't seen you, Ste'yn. I'm so glad you're here.
I'm here. I'm alive. She gives her a awkward pat on the shoulder, leans down to lightly return the hug.
3 foot to 6 foot.
6'3". She's in her shoes, so probably 6'5". But
Oh,
I love our tall girl.
tall girl.
She do be tall.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for making you worry about me. That was never an intention.
I know it wasn't, but I guess I am a little bit of a worrier. Just, it comes with being the oldest sibling. You know, just have to make sure everyone's okay. I heard you guys were going to stay with us. We were going to just hang out for once. I feel like everyone's been so busy. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah,
Me
I finally
too.
stay in to paint, like let us paint her nails and stuff and have some girl time. So that's what we were gonna do. Is Cynthia not around? Because I was gonna borrow some of her nail polish.
When you say that, Winna pipes up. She's like, she's coming. She was back at the library. She's just had to keep studying. She just literally never stops. But she's gonna get here eventually. I say it's okay to use her polish. You're good.
Okay then. Stay in. Go ahead and sit down. And Viola will gesture to the bed and grab the black nail polish and sit down in front of her and like like gesture for Ste'yn to like take off her gloves and put out her nails like this so Viola can paint them.
Very slowly and deliberately takes off her gauntlets and then takes off the gloves she wears underneath.
While she's doing that, Viola takes the manual back out of her, back out of where she has it, and like, and then puts it back.
Oh joy, what fun this is going to be.
It will be so fun. And then Viola will start painting her nails and just do some like idle chit chat while she's painting nails. And so, Winna, Lear, did either of you guys hear anything about Ziva or Jeremy today? I mean, I know I haven't been gone for that long, but
Going on about Jeremy again.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I didn't get all the way over there, but the way she was talking, like, I was telling her I might need to start praying a little bit, because that sounds like my kind of prayer.
There are many good kinds of prayer.
Yeah, I believe. So you did see this guy, is that what you're saying?
I haven't seen this guy. I don't know if Ste'yn has. She hangs out at Saker's Keep a lot more than I do. But like I said, it's just things that I've heard. Ste'yn and I haven't really talked about him, though. I don't know why. I didn't think to ask her about Jeremy.
Yeah, Ste'yn. What have you heard about this Jeremy?
Oops.
I mean, Viola's definitely seen Jeremy, though.
I know.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you forgot or if she was
No,
lying.
Viola knows.
Okay.
I've heard he's very talented, very astute in his clerical studies. I think I bumped into him once, a little bit clumsy, but
You really
he seems
talked
like
him
a
up.
decent fellow.
Cute.
I don't know your standards for cuteness.
Okay, is he your standards for cuteness?
Not exactly.
She looks back at Viola. So is she tasteless or what's going on?
I mean, I don't
I'm
know.
not looking for that
Ste'yn
sort of relationship.
doesn't
Don't know that I ever will be
really
looking for
tap
that.
into that very much.
Uh-huh.
So,
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to go there
Ste'yn,
myself.
I did notice a little something going on between you and Yonai. What's up with that?
What? Go on, girl.
He follows the same goddess I do, so I talked to him about that.
Is that all it
Is
takes?
that who you've been going up there to pray with in the evenings?
Oh, is that where you've been every night? Just a little prayer with Yonai?
No, I've slept in the graveyard with Snow.
With Snow?
That's that guy everyone talks about, the white hair, and he sings a lot and maybe dances some and like plays the music.
Mm-hmm.
He's into graveyard? That's not what I was expecting to hear.
Well, him and Ste'yn have a special relationship. They're like close friends, and so I think they enjoy their long chats together.
And all this while, like, Lear's just like patting your shoulders. Like, she's kind of like half laughing along, but it seems like she can tell your tenseness, and she's just like, uh-huh. But Kiara is also just kind of like lapping it in, but she's just like letting Winna talk, and she's just doing the back and forth between you, like the two beds, just letting you guys go. Winna does say, she says, I didn't see Ziva, but I know I really wish she was around, because what I was trying to do today, I was trying to get ready and like set up some booth ideas, some like for how it would be set up, how we build it, because I'm ready to just get it built, right? But she's really good with that kind of planning. She's good with like everything. And normally she'd come around and she just kind of makes rounds. I think that's just something guards get to do maybe when they're not off, killing the dark and all that. But I didn't see her today, and I really could have used her help. I did not make the progress I wanted to make. So I didn't see her. Kui was around, but he's not nearly as good as Ziva at that. So I ended up with like a couple broken pieces. Oops.
Oh,
but
no.
yeah, but it's fine. I'm sure we'll get some more, and it'll be fine. But Ziva would have been really helpful, but I didn't see her. I'll have to do it. Check for her tomorrow. Oh well. What were you guys up to today?
We just kind of strolled around. I mean, it's weird because today was like our first free day not being on assignment. And so we just kind of wandered and chatted with some friends, and we were trying to look for Ziva too, and we couldn't find her. I asked around in whatever the name of that keep is, and did not find her. Kepner's. There's too many keeps to keep track of.
Well, Kepner's command.
Okay, well.
I know, I'm there a lot.
I feel like I haven't even hardly spent 2 days in this guardianship, but also at the same time, it feels like it's been a year.
That's... Why were you looking for Ziva again? Because, I'm not saying you don't look like... Okay.
What did you let me borrow some Mithril armor and some night goggles, because seems like everybody else I know can just see in the dark. I, being a human, cannot. So, yeah.
Kiara kind of she nods, there's a lot of things we can do, but, we'd like to sleep at night or something.
Imagine that.
Not in graveyards, Ste'yn.
They're very peaceful.
Are they?
They are.
Why is it peaceful to sleep next to dead people?
They're not talkative.
That's fair.
They don't
I'm gonna have to try that.
Unless they just come back for some reason, then they can be very talkative, and Viola's gonna give Ste'yn a pointed look and nudge her head towards the girls to be clear up the necromancy thing.
What's dead should stay dead, let me make that clear. And if it comes back from the dead, it needs to be destroyed.
Ooh, okay. And Kiara and Winna look at each other and look back at you, Ste'yn. And Lear says, I think that makes it pretty clear that she's not... If she likes the quiet, she's not bringing skeletons back out of the dirt.
That would be an abomination. To disturb the peace of the dead.
And gross.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's common, but there are some people that part of their skill does involve... You kind of see your face. Just different types of magic.
Not all types of magic are necessarily good or looked on with favor to practice.
Yes, and also often, your intention behind it can make a big difference.
Doesn't take away the action that you actually take, no matter what the intention.
Well, yes, but perhaps the action itself has been misunderstood, and
Bringing
maybe...
up a skeleton from the ground? Making a zombie?
If that's what you did, but not all necromancy is that.
No. There are many forms of necromantic magic that are used for healing, are used for wholeness, are used to protect.
Yeah. And sometimes the things that can be helping protect you, sometimes it takes on different forms.
It doesn't make it right to disturb what has been laid to rest.
Yes, if it is disturbing it. But there are times where it's not a matter of disturbing, but it's a matter of assistance. It's chosen. Right?
I
She kind of
think you're
shakes
going
her
to find that we disagree on this.
head.
The bringing
okay.
up
Viola's eyeballing Lear for a medallion.
Give me an investigation check.
She's an Oathbreaker paladin.
19.
Her holy symbol is very clear on her. Also one that she wears around her neck. She doesn't hide hers. It is also the symbol of Sumladal. It looks very
Right.
similar to Vaughn's.
my goddess is all about souls, vocations, calling, light. And when a soul has finished its journey, it is time for it to rest, and that means respecting the body which it leaves behind.
But that's only if the soul has finished its journey. Just because you're not seeing it walk around, just because you're not seeing it breathe, that doesn't mean that its journey is done.
What do you think happens after you die?
Well, there are a lot of different ideas about what might happen, and mainly I'm focused on the ritual of the burial itself and even the soul coming to life. But what happens afterwards, I mean, well, again, just because we don't see the person walking around, it doesn't mean that they're entirely done. There are other planes, other existences, sort of, kind of. It's hard to explain. One of the acolytes could probably explain better than me. But I'm just saying that just because you see it and it looks different and it looks like it ought to probably still be dead and rotting in the ground, doesn't mean necessarily that its journey is done.
Or then maybe the rest of its journey is to be finished off again and allowed to rest.
Maybe. It might just depend. Hey, Kiara, what did you do today? She quickly turns
Ste'yn's
the
great at
question.
making friends.
And Kiara is both Winna and Kiara were watching this interaction, and Kiara looks a little surprised that she was addressed. I was up by the Champion's Word. There was all this commotion going on with like that guy who was leaving. They were taking that guy out of here.
Oh.
Yeah, it
The
was super
captain
cool.
of
Oh,
that.
the bandit captain.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was just part of the crowd. It just looked cool. I wanted to see what was
Did
going
you
on.
see Goro up there?
I don't remember exactly. I don't think so. There was that. I only saw one guy who was wearing like those white robes that I think all those acolytes like to wear around here, but he was a dwarf guy,
Aglin.
chunky dwarf guy. I guess. I don't know. I'll just agree with you if you say so. I don't know.
It's
You
a
spend more
dangerous
time there
thing
than
to
I
do.
do. Agreeing with you?
Agreeing with someone when you don't know for sure if they're the right person to agree with.
Viola's kind of like grabbing Ste'yn's fingers kind of hard and like giving her a
She
look
keeps
like,
moving.
no, like quit making not friends and arguing and weird things.
I guess that's a good
Oh.
point.
Right, I'm supposed to be having fun.
I mean, that probably is fun for you having academic conversations. Just wait till Cynthia gets here. You can talk to her all about her books.
And as you say that, the door slowly swings open, and you see Cynthia walk in her very bright pink dress that she's wearing now, and she had her hat back on with that veil, but the veil is kind of pulled back and up, sitting over the top hat. She has a stack of books in her hand, and she walks in and she closes the door. And she walks straight over to her bed and sits down. She hasn't said anything immediately.
Cynthia, were your ears burning? I just mentioned you because Ste'yn is pretty academic as well, and I figured the two of you would enjoy talking about your books.
There's a quiet pause that feels long. And then she finally looks up at you. What? Sorry. Distracted. What'd you say?
Is everything
Are
okay?
you alright?
Huh? Yeah, I've just spent hours at the library, and so I'm just ready to read some more. Oh, right, we were doing our nails. Sure. Go ahead, roll.
I'll
Is
also
it
do
just
one.
the books?
Go ahead. Just the books.
13.
30.
Why do I even roll?
Why do I even ask? Okay. She's rubbing at her eyes, and that doesn't seem unusual for someone who spent hours at a library. And she does look a little bit tired. Ste'yn, you note that she definitely looks tired. She definitely doesn't have that same kind of big personality that you had seen when you first met her. And she is kind of clutching her books pretty close, even as she says, "Oh, right, we were painting nails." She feels a bit disconnected from the conversation.
Well, yeah, we were painting nails. I hope you don't mind. When I said it was okay if I went ahead and used your black nail polish on Ste'yn, I felt like it fit her vibe a little bit better and went ahead and started painting her nails. I'm guessing by now I'm like close to done, if not already done.
Oh yeah, at least like the first coat is definitely drying at this point. Yeah. Cynthia just nods. Yeah, totally. I said you could. So I just had Winna make sure that you guys were, getting started. I said I might be a little bit late because look, if they're going to close everything down and not let us have assignments anymore, how else am I gonna spend my time? Obviously, I'm gonna study some more.
They're not allowing
Yeah.
assignments anymore?
I don't think it's that they're not allowing per se. They're just like not giving them out. I guess if you still wanted to ask for something, you could, but I don't know. They're not giving them out. I think we're going to be doing something else until the festival. Maybe after the festival, they'll get back to normal. I just need Master Wells to come back because I can't work with him if he's not here. So I was just talking to Boodrake was there as well, but he's off in the boys' barracks probably now. But we had just all these books, and we were just like basically trying to memorize them, because we're gonna be probably busy or whatever, or maybe it's free time. I'm kind of hoping it's just free time because there's a lot that I could learn, and if the best teacher is not around, and I was just getting to kind of get his teaching stuff, if I have to wait, then I have to wait. But whatever.
Girl, I feel ya. I feel like I've been waiting for so long to start training with Storkum, and it's taking forever. Like, I just want to start immediately.
The room kind of gets quiet for a moment as like they don't. It's like it's jarring that you keep using like a first name. They're just like,
Viola
Yeah.
loves it.
yeah, I bet that's frustrating. But Cynthia's like, but anyway, yeah, nails. Yeah, totally start that. I just have to finish this chapter.
What are
and then
you reading
she
on
pops
tonight?
up the bit. So this, I mean, it's not like divine stuff, so I don't know if that's like your whole thing, but this is it's a little more geared towards like evocation, but I tend to do more conjuration, or well, no, other way around. I'm tired. This is more conjuration, and I tend to do more evocation. So I was just borrowing a book that had been suggested by Master Wells, and I wanted to just head start for after the festival. So just some tips and tricks and some basic stuff to memorize the formulas.
Nice.
Dives back in.
Okay. Well,
Mhm.
Ste'yn, I'm just gonna finish up your nails, and then did you want to do mine? I've got that gold sparkly nail polish.
Sure, I'd love to.
Viola will get out the nail polish and hand it to Ste'yn. So then
Her
Ste'yn
nails are
can-
about to get wrecked.
Oh, well, well, it's like an aunt giving a toddler her nail polish to let her do it. It's the experience, not the end product.
Yeah, Viola can grab some gloves too. So the night continues, this time continues. Ste'yn, after your nails are done, you start on Viola's. Give me either a dexterity. I keep wanting to say sleight of hand. I know it's not like trickery or anything, but like deftness. You know what I mean? Or I kind of want to make it like also like a performance or something. Like how well can you like? I don't know. Let's stick
She's
to the sleight of
pretending
hand.
to know what she's doing in front of all the
Let's
other
stick to the-
girls.
Yeah. Just for the confidence boost. Just do it as sleight of hand.
Also, while Ste'yn's painting Viola's nails, Viola wanted to specifically ask Cynthia if she's heard anything about Ziba. She's not going to bring up Jeremy again.
Fair. She has not. She forgot who Ziva is.
Makes sense.
That's a 13 on the sleight of hand check.
Okay. You know, for baby's first manicure, it's not the worst. It's not the worst. You know how to differentiate between a nail and skin, so like good for you. The lines are a little streaky. The coat, you didn't quite let it dry enough, so there's some clump here and there. But overall, like solid effort for a first time.
Ste'yn, they look so lovely. You did such a good job. Thank you so much.
Right. You're welcome.
And I don't mean to cut you guys off. As you guys are also doing this, Ste'yn, Lear does mention to you. She says, by the way, I know that I was trying to tell you about the funeral.
Kalain.
That was, yeah. They were starting to plan that at Saker's Keep. So if you were still interested, I think they're still letting us at least learn about it. I don't know all of what's happening anymore. It sounds like they might be maybe leaving it up to the head acolytes after all, instead of letting us participate, which is really unfortunate because I really would love to participate in something like that. But I'm talking too much again. But anyway, I just want to let you know that they were talking about it some more, and I heard that they actually were going to kind of make it part of the festival a little bit.
Oh.
Like a celebration. So we get this chance to see this this other cultural ritual for a burial, and apparently for the Slyweavers, it's a whole beautiful nature ceremony with like a big procession that like goes through all of the spots that would be like important to her. It sounds so cool. And then it ends, well, they were saying that it's gonna end with the the opening bonfire. How cool would that be?
Sounds like a spectacle of a ritual, but that's what's desired.
I don't know her people very well, but that sounds like what they were told to do. And they said in the handbook that they would do their best to respect the cultural wishes for anyone who should find themselves in such a position. And I think it's
When
pretty
Lear
important.
mentions the handbook, Viola will get hers out and hand it over to Ste'yn.
She finally got the handbook. Excellent.
Might want to read it quick before you lose it again.
I will read it soon. And she takes it and tucks it inside her backpack, fairly deep in there, underneath some other stuff. She doesn't know how it keeps disappearing.
Gonna weigh it down.
Put it under the
Excellent.
box with her sister's skull, you know.
That's right, that one. Yeah. And you guys spend this time nails getting done, chit-chatting with the girls about booth stuff perhaps. Having a pretty good time. Pretty nice time. How long were you planning to stay up there?
Not more than like an hour, I think, because Viola wants to go down to the stables.
Okay, sounds good. Snow down in the Wild Pike. Again, it's a very lively, very growing crowd. A lot of faces and a lot of people who look like they're in traveling garb versus kind of run-of-the-mill, day-to-day city wear. Seems like might be a lot of people coming into town. The music is playing. Valve seems to be just setting the mood down there. You were planning on performing this evening?
Only if she wanted an accompaniment.
Are you going to ask her?
In between songs, he'll applaud her, chat with her a bit, ask her if she wants company or not.
Yeah. She tells you that there's a point where the music will switch up and then she'll come get you. And so she continues to play for another like half hour or so. And it seems like the end of a set. That set seems to end. There's a break. And plenty of the bar lads come by and they give her a beverage. You don't see her paying for it. And as she has one, she waves you over to come up to the stage with her.
Did she have something to collect coins in?
She does. There is another, this is a nicer looking dish that is set out, this beautiful kind of ceramic dish. It's in the shape of, it looks like it's in the shape of like a turtle. And like sunken top, and people can put coins in the turtle dish.
He drops a gold piece in it.
Her eyes go wide. Thank you.
Thank you. You play really well.
Thanks. And you can make up for the last time. I'm just kidding. You were excellent.
No, I was not.
It wasn't that bad.
I have played worse. But that doesn't mean I played well.
Fine, but don't be too harsh on yourself. She goes to a little pack that she has, and she pulls out this long cape that is also in the same kind of tone as her dress, and she offers it to you, like a cloak to replace yours for the time being while you play together.
So that we are matching, or just because?
Essentially, so you're matching. So you look like it's
Okay.
now the two of you playing together as a duet. Here's some new
Gotcha.
clothes because.
I thought maybe she just didn't like mine.
Oh, no. It's for the aesthetic. It is a performance.
All right, then yeah, he'll take his off and roll it up and stick it in his bag and put that one on.
Excellent. She asks you, how well can you follow along?
Usually decently well. We shall see.
Excellent. I guess we will. Yeah. This is
What
kind
is
of
she playing?
She, when you guys are ready, and the crowd at this point, no one's really like just turned to look. They've kind of begun just mulling about again, and she's much more background sound than, you know, being a focus point. She begins playing this soft but still like energetic tune. It definitely has a notable kind of chime to it. Give me an intelligence history check.
And what instrument is she playing?
Yeah, I
as
thought
well?
that's what you were asking.
The-
Oh, I think you're like, what song is she
history-
playing?
The history check is a dirty 20.
Okay. She is playing on a harp. This is a
Nice.
big old harp, and she's beautifully strumming the strings. A 20, a dirty 20. You've heard this tune more the further north you've been. It definitely sounds like it's sort of a mixed but mostly inspired Elvish tune. And you guys,
Right. He'll pull out his viol and play along with her.
beautiful. Give me a performance check.
Since I have both proficiency in performance and in the viol, do I get advantage as per the Xanathar's Guide to Everything rules?
Sure, totally. I love it. If you can find it in the rule book, I'm down.
I can show you the page.
I
was
will
ready
cite
for
his
that one.
sources.
Yes, I was ready. It's this page.
Boom, done.
I always cite my sources. Performance is 24.
Excellent. She starts playing the melody, and you hear it, and immediately you start strumming along, or I guess a viol is more like a, yeah, there it is. You start playing this hauntingly beautiful harmony to go along with it, that it does draw some eyes to you guys. Instead of it being this kind of soft, just quiet background sound, it starts to take a focal point, and it's got people's attention on you. People are dropping some more coins into the turtle, and they are very much seem to be enjoying your performance. The song comes
As
to an
he
end.
usually,
Mhm.
as he usually does as well. Being a bard, this is also his spellcasting focus, and so he's also creating minor illusions of just like soft glows around them or sparkles, growing and fading with the music.
Excellent. This draws some oohs and some ahs from the crowd as you guys are playing. And you actually give me a quick perception check.
Six.
So you get oohs and ahs from the crowd. Even some of the barmaids and bar lads kind of stop a moment on their way across, just weaving in and out of people. Some of them even stop and just pause for a moment to enjoy the sounds before they zoom off. And you guys end up playing a series of these kind of enchanting, elvish-inspired sounds as this part of the set kind of comes to an end. You guys have been playing for another half hour together, so about an hour or so goes by. just in time for the others to get ready to come meet you. Vav, when the song stops, there's some quiet applause and people going about their business, and Vav turns to you. That was amazing. I didn't know you knew those tunes. I guess I could assume if you're a half-elf, perhaps you have some lineage from up north.
I've been around a bit.
I've not been that far, but I've heard it on my way. I traveled a little bit up there. I've just picked up, you just pick up tunes here and there. That was one of my favorite sets that I heard while I was out there.
It's a really good one. And you were magnificent on that harp.
Thank you. This I keep for the big performances. So if I'm here in the pipe, I definitely want to play on the harp. I have others, but this is my favorite.
Maybe you could give me some pointers for the harp? I don't know how to play that one.
How much time do you have?
I'm here.
Well, I have to do some more playing, to which I have to take
I don't
the
mean
cloak
right now.
back.
But yes. It gives it back.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, I'm here pretty often. Just find me. I'd be happy to. She tucks
That'd
it
be
back into
wonderful.
her bag.
Thank you.
Excellent. You can have some of this too. Obviously, you helped me earn some of this. Please.
No, don't worry about it.
No, there's a fair bit of money in there.
Which would be very useful for you. Aren't you getting engaged or something?
I mean, I'm hopeful, but not yet.
Keep it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyway, I have songs to play. Scoot, scoot, go. Thank you. And then when you make your way down, and she has a little bit of a break period before she begins playing again, you can get yourself some more drinks.
You'll just mingle with the crowd until the others return.
Excellent.
However long that takes.
Shouldn't be too long. And Beau, you are traveling about. Are you again trying to make yourself look apparent, so to speak?
I think that he's just kind of walking around in general in this case. He's not necessarily trying, but he's not posed.
Sure. You walk about, and still, just like earlier, just the atmosphere feels very charged in the city. More signs have gone up about the Harvest Lamps Festival, talking about different events that will be taking place. Prizes, again, some are pure bragging rights, others are cash prizes, money prizes. And even into the night, or into the evening, people are putting up decorations. There's just a very jovial atmosphere, even in this kind of seedier side of the city. It looks like it's more condensed. It looks like it's simpler decorations, perhaps, where you are walking about. But you see there are some kids running around, some teenagers, let's call them, running around, as the evening is coming on. It's still relatively light, it being late summer, but you can feel the evening coming on. But no one seems to be bugging you any. No one seems to be, giving you very much attention. Give me a perception check.
All right. A 7.
7.
Or a 9. Oh, no, 10.
Check.
Or 10.
Okay, check you're you're walking about. You pass a couple of small stores. You can see through the window people moseying inside, setting things up themselves. The outdoor decorations, and you feel yourself get kind of bumped from behind, and a laugh as two of these teenagers kind of accidentally hit you. And one of them is immediately in front of you saying, "Sorry, mister, sorry." But you can feel the telltale hand along the belt looking for something. It's noticeable to you as the one who did not go in front of you is attempting to lift something off of your person.
You grab that hand.
Okay. You grab the hand immediately. Easy to do. You're holding like a small hand and wrist. He's not like a big kid, the one behind you. It's like a small little thing with a messy bowl cut, and like a kind of tattered shirt. His pants look dirty, kind of stained, but almost as if they tried to brush off the dirt. And there's a hole in one of his shoes. And he's like, "Hey, let go of me, mister! Get off of me!"
What are you doing?
Just walking. What are you doing?
He's going to conjure one of his knives in his other hand.
Okay.
Do you want to be more honest?
Roll intimidation.
Oh dear. That's a nat one. He always gets these for intimidation.
Okay. You say that, and he says, "Do you want to stop smelling like a butt?" And then he jams his heel down on your toe. Give me a.
Why don't you just roll the hit?
It's not for damage really. This is gonna be just a roll to see if you let go.
So
Constitution is what that's what I was leaning towards.
That is a 16.
Okay. Yeah, he slams down on your toe trying to make you let go. It stings a little bit, this stupid kid in his stupid holy boot, or shoe. But you still have a hold of his wrist as he's like pulling and yanking, like, "Let go of me!"
Honestly, you kids are awful at stealing.
What do you
Who
know?
taught you?
Who cares? My brother did, but he's the best. Whatever.
Well, he's a terrible teacher if he's the best.
Listen, I know how you're supposed to do it. What makes you think you know?
So you're admitting that you were trying to steal?
That's not what I said at all.
Oh, really? You're not very
you
bright,
can't
are
prove it.
you?
You can't prove it.
Why do you want money?
Why not?
So you have no purpose for it?
I could spend it.
On
There's
what?
a festival coming up.
You just want
on-
spending money for a festival?
Whatever. I can use it on whatever I want.
Insight check, actually.
Okay. Go ahead, roll.
That is a 7.
Oh my gosh, my die was cocked between a 4 and a 14. I went to go reach and see if it was actually cocked. Falls on the 4. So good job. He looks like he's trying to look really big and tough, even though he's a scrawny little kid. And the kid who was in front of you has not been interfering at all. And he's a little bit bigger, but he's clearly not trying to start an actual confrontation.
Is it just these two kids?
It's just these two in this
Okay.
part of the kind of like just at a corner near an alley, and there's the road, but
So the other
Not
one's
a lot
just
of
kind
people
of
in this
backing
area.
up, essentially.
Kind of, yeah, like he's ready to bolt. But the one that you're holding, you can kind of tell he looks a little bit embarrassed that he got caught. The money could be used for, whatever it is. It's not just spending money.
You should also rethink your partner here. He's ready to ditch you.
Whatever. It's just part of our plan.
Your plan is to be ditched.
No, the plan would be to have one person go, and then you'd go after him because, you'd go after the guy who's trying to run away, and we're totally gonna tell the Peace Watch on you for beating up some kids. Yeah. Look, you got my wrist, and you scratched me right there. I'm gonna tell the Peace Watch, and you're gonna get in so much trouble.
Try it. His eyes go slightly red in this.
Give me another intimidation check with advantage.
Nice. Oh my gosh. So that's a 10.
That's okay. He rolled with disadvantage and did not get a 10. Your eyes start to go red. Just a touch, but just enough to be noticeable. And his eyes go huge. They're widened, and he's like, he wants to back away, and then remembers that you still have a grip on him, and he's like, sorry, I didn't know you were one of those things.
What do you mean?
The red eyes. I don't want to mess with you ferals.
Red eyes.
You did that thing. I saw it. Look, I don't want to mess with a feral, okay?
Ay, delusional child. He'll let go of his
What?
arm.
He'll snatch his arm back.
Do better next time.
You do better, feral.
I
And he
caught
goes
you.
Running. He doesn't hear you as he starts booking it, and then his buddy actually already started running after he said.
Is there like a window or anything around?
There are some.
Or like
By some shops nearby.
Oh, actually, he could just he's gonna shape his water into like a flat surface and freeze it to use it as a reflection.
Okay.
And then he's gonna look at his face to see what the kid's talking about.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of look, and you look kind of closely. How long does that kind of last?
Well, I mean, it wasn't like full on, it was more just agitation. So I don't know how long it would last. I would say it's more your call than.
Sure. I would say, I guess, kind of when I say heart racing, I don't mean like you were scared or anything, but like just from the adrenaline of the moment and these kids being stupid. When you look, it's hard to see because it's not very clean water you'd be able to find around here, unless you took water from your own like water.
Yeah, it
skin or
was from
something.
it was from that.
Okay. Yeah. Even relatively clear. It's still not like perfect for a reflection. So it's kind of warbly, but give me an investigation check.
Investigation is a 15.
Okay.
Which is the same as his passive too.
Oh, there you go. Easy. Honest. So if you look through this ice mirror you've kind of made, it's not perfect, but you just can make out as there's this lining around your iris that's kind of blood red. It's fading, and almost as you catch sight of it, it kind of jolts you a little bit, and it kind of grows a little bit, and then quickly fades away.
And then Harem just put it back in his water thing, and he'll make his way back to the pike.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say for the time it took you with your quick walking and walking about, took that hour. Get back to the pike. Snow is finishing up his performance, finishing up talking to Vav, goes back to get a drink, and the girls Well, Ste'yn, you're coming with?
Yes, she is not staying up
You're not
there
gonna
with
stay
the
with
other
the
girls
girls?
without Viola.
Lear, make sure to ask you if you are planning to come back to the barracks tonight, or if she has to hug you goodnight now.
Probably hug me goodnight now. I need to spend some time with Atala tonight.
That's wonderful. Okay. I'm probably going to spend more time at Saker's Keep tomorrow, but if you need that time tonight, that's good too. And she'll give you this great big hug, like almost bone crushing. Pat, pat. Before she lets you two go. You guys make your way down to the pike. After the music is about to start, you can see on the stage. You recognize Vav up there, just kind of nursing a drink as she's waiting to start the next set. You guys reconvene at the pike. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do as a group tonight?
Don't think so.
Did Ste'yn put her gloves back on, or is she showing off her nails?
She'll show off her nails.
Oh my
She-
goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
Is Viola showing off her
Wow.
nails?
Viola will also go, look, Ste'yn did my nails.
That checks out.
She did a wonderful job, didn't she, Beau?
They're very sparkly. They suit you. How do you feel about yours, Ste'yn?
It's not bad.
See,
The contrast is nice.
I told you you'd like it, Ste'yn.
Maybe.
Sometimes it's fun to just
I was
do
gonna
things.
say, would you maybe even say that you had fun hanging out with the girls, getting your nails painted?
Maybe?
She would have to know
She
the
started
definition
arguing
first.
academic things with Lear and
It was
Kiara,
more
I think, too.
philosophical than academic.
Philosophical, academic, it's all the same.
Right.
What was it over?
Necromancy.
Your normal, the dead should stay dead speech.
Exactly. Look at that. You
Isn't it?
listen.
You say it enough.
Repetition is the mother of learning. But it wasn't a bad time.
Nice.
Well,
Proud of you.
if we have
Making
nothing else
progress.
to do, Snow, do you have those tarts?
Do I have the tarts? I assume they were brought to me at some point.
Did you order them before or
Whenever they were
after?
finished.
Before she went
Oh,
upstairs.
okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know if you were gonna
Them to
retcon that
give
and be
tarts
like,
to
Snow, do
Snow.
this. Okay.
No, no, they.
yeah.
I was assuming they just bring him to Snow and he'd put him in his bag.
Yeah. They are waiting for you after they're waiting for you after the set.
He'll give him to Viola.
Well, I'm going to take these and my carrots and head down to the stables to visit Buttercup and pass these off to Saz if there's nothing else.
Be careful.
I always am.
Right.
Now she's remembering when she just got us all blown up this morning, and she's just choosing to not say anything
Aw.
about it.
Always careful.
Now.
Just don't listen to Beau and you'll be fine.
That's a fair point most nights. Has anybody seen Arno? We saw him on the first night and then have not seen that guy again.
I mean, I haven't seen him.
I don't think so. See
Do
around
we
the
see him right
area?
now? Oh,
Give me a perception check.
12.
19.
29.
Ste'yn, just as the thought crosses your mind and you start looking around with your eagle eyes, and there is movement by the door leading into the pike. It appears to be some novices heading inside from the pike into the novice hut, and there's just this one additional shadow that seems to be there for a moment and then is gone, and gives you this weird, eerie feeling of like almost being watched.
I don't know if our notes here, but just had a very weird feeling of being watched.
Well, I think all
That's
the people
him.
in the pike been looking at you all day long, haven't they?
That's true.
You do get a few more waves. You seem to be getting a little more attention. Ste'yn, you note this. You feel like anyway. Maybe you're not sure, but you feel like you trust yourself a bit. That again, they stop by, check in. Did you need anything? No, and then they move along. If you do, they'll bring you what you need. But just some hand waves.
Still don't know what that's about, but
You get a couple too, Snow.
What's about?
attention. Just
Who now?
like I said, I just had a feeling of being watched, and then people are being friendly.
Oh, God forbid someone's friendly, Ste'yn.
Why
It's
don't
your
you just
worst
ask them?
nightmare.
I asked Razia, and she said it was nothing. So I'm probably just overthinking things.
Maybe people just think you're neat.
I am neat. Maybe that isn't.
Is it just people that could get paid for being nice to you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Do they work here?
I think so. Most of them. So
Well, I'm gonna head to the stables, and Viola will give everybody a quick wave and go on her way.
Excellent. The other three, are you guys just relaxing until she returns and then heading to bed, or just relaxing in your rooms, or wherever it is you're going to make camp for the night, even though you're in a city?
yeah, I think just hanging out down at the pike for a little while, and then probably Ste'yn's plan to go back to Saker's Keep.
Gotta get to that prayer date with Yonai.
Heyo. Okay. Viola, you make your way into the city. By this point, the sun is definitely getting towards setting. Is getting a little bit darker, especially with the city wall. It's definitely getting to the edge of the wall and dipping. But you take a steady stroll, I imagine, not rushing per se. Give me a perception check.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed.
That's a 10.
You head on down to the stable.
Which is much lower than her passive perception. Lower by 5.
That's fair. Thank you for that. I need to remember that. I said that last time too. Yeah. Without much fanfare, you also feel that kind of electric energy in the city. People are all getting ready for the festival, and it's very exciting. You get down to the stable. You see Sazian is a little busy at the moment. He's helping some people with their carts. There is a more steady flow, so he seems to be kind of going from one horse to help immediately to helping someone else set one up. But you head inside, and Buttercup is there. She is content in her little 10. And you spend some time with her. As you are spending time with her and you feed her, at some point, Sazian does come back in. He seems to have just some chores to do. He doesn't address you directly. He will only say something if you address him, but he's doing some work as you're spending time with Buttercup. You offer him the tarts.
Well, she's gonna, since she saw that he was busy on her way in, she's gonna go and be with Buttercup first and then stop by Sazian again on her way out. And if she has to wait to talk to him, that's fine. But when she gets in with Buttercup, she's gonna start petting her and then just like rambling on and on and on about like everything that happened this morning with the explosion and telling all her feelings about that and all the things with the girls and stuff. And then she's going to unknowingly cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You are going on, and every now and then you hear a little from Buttercup, and you mention being up with the girls, and you're pulling out another carrot to give her. Every time you pulled one out, there was a little sound coming out. You pull this next carrot out, and you go to feed it to her, and you hear another carrot.
Buttercup is cutting out a lot.
It's a little too high. I think it's not catching.
Another carrot for Buttercup. Oh, happy day. Happy day indeed.
This is scarier than the Jersey voice.
Oh my gosh. Viola will just like freeze for a second and look at Buttercup and be like, did you just talk?
Oh, please don't leave me without a carrot. Oh, please. I do love them so.
Have you been able to talk the whole time?
Please. Oh, please. I do love carrots.
I will feed her another carrot.
And she just munches on it. Oh, thank you much. Thank you. Munching along.
Buttercup, have you been able to understand me this whole time?
What do you mean?
You're still cutting out a bit.
Oh, I don't know how to control it on my end. What do I have to change?
You might have to just go into your Discord settings.
Uh-huh.
So go on Discord settings, and then it would go voice and
Voice and video?
sound, and then turn off automatically determine input sensitivity.
Okay.
And I think that's your best bet.
Wonderful. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Yes? Not cutting out?
Yeah.
Fantastic. What did you ask, Buttercup?
Have you been able to understand me the whole time?
She's still the like horse munching on this carrot. Whatever do you mean?
We have not been able to communicate like this before, so I don't know what's happening.
You always take such good care of Buttercup.
You really are the best. And Viola will give her a big hug around the neck and feed her another carrot.
You're also the best.
Where have you been going for your training every day?
Oh, there's a great big lot of grass, and I love it. I love to run in the grass. My legs are so strong now.
This is everything I've ever wanted and more. Oh my god. Buttercup, does Sazian ever talk to you?
He's kind to all the horses.
But does he like talk to you guys?
Not like you.
Oh, well, that makes sense. That tracks. I'm sure not many people do talk to you guys the way that I do. So yeah, that makes total sense. Oh my god.
I like to run around. It's fun.
Viola will like hold up a finger to Buttercup and turn around. Is there another horse in this one of the other stalls next to her?
Sure, yeah.
So she'll turn around to one of the other horses and be like, "Can you like understand me and talk to me too?"
So you turn around. There is another horse. This one looks like a kind of
Cherry?
big, muscular. I was gonna say, I'm like, that's a
You
little too
can have
convenient.
Cherry be the smoking
It's a little
choice.
too convenient for it to be Cherry.
I mean, it would fit the
Yeah.
personality.
No, that's why I'm saving it. I'm saving it. Just wait till you get Cherry back. I'm saving it. I'll be a present for you. No, you turn to the next horse over, and it's a bigger male horse. Also has a very nice dark black coat on him.
Oh, Pistachio.
No, Pistachio was a blonde,
Oh, I can't keep track of all these horses.
but I'm somehow supposed to. Yay, notes. The horse has been kind of chewing on some hay, and you address him. His head swings in your direction. What'd you say?
I can talk to animals. Isn't that cool?
You got food?
She'll hand him a carrot.
That's not a lot. Still bites it.
She'll hand him another carrot. Sorry, these are Buttercup's favorites. She likes the little ones, so I only brought the little ones. I spent like all afternoon sorting them out. Well, not all afternoon, but it was a good chunk of time.
You talk a lot.
Is it annoying?
Yes.
Fine. And she'll turn back around to Buttercup and keep talking to Buttercup.
Hey,
She doesn't really
hey,
have
give me some
any-
carrots. Give me more carrots.
All the horses just start yelling at her.
Ow!
And it starts this parade of neighing for everyone else, but it's just like carrots, 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 carrots. It's just this now parade of horses whinnying in the stable.
You're in
It
nightmare
gets
world
Sassy
now.
Sassy
gonna wonder what
attention.
the heck is going on.
He starts coming over, and he looks at you.
He looks
Are you
at me
alright?
like at my face.
He did. He looked up at your face. And you can see everywhere above where his mask is, right? He has, you can see for a moment, you see that gray skin, you can see his red eyes. But he looks at you for a moment. Are you okay? And then he ducks his head again.
Sazian, I can talk to the horses and they can talk back to me.
You must be a caster then. Well, there are many different types.
No, I don't think I can do magic.
It must be some kind of gift. And he's now going about and like calming and settling the horses, and he's giving them some feed, something to settle them.
Sorry, I brought carrots, and then one of them started asking me for carrots, and then they're all just yelling at me for carrots now.
And you
so
you still hear some of that
I-
the slowly dying chorus of carrots. I love carrots. Carrots are the best. I love carrots. Carrots, please. Like a whole parade of sounds.
One of them was British.
Yes. It's pistachio. I say. You have carrots about you, madam. Carrots, you say? Oh, fine.
Pistachio is much
fine.
more regal than I thought.
First they get me injured, almost sell me, and now they won't give me carrots.
Pistachio, we weren't gonna sell you. I don't know what you're talking about. You ran away from me. I tried to stop it, okay?
You mistreated me.
Pistachio, he did not.
I thought we had a bond. You told me all about your horse from home.
It only lasts 10 minutes. It's okay. You can make it.
Be careful what you wish for.
Viola's just gonna she's getting overwhelmed by everything, so she's just gonna get the tarts out. I'd be like, here you go, Sassy, and I'll come back by again tomorrow, but I gotta get out of here. I can't listen to these horses anymore.
I'm sorry if they're disturbing you. I'm very sorry. And he'll accept the darts.
It's okay, Sassy, and it's not your fault. And she'll like give him a pat on like the shoulder or the back or whatever. And she'll be like, I hope you have a wonderful night. I gotta go. And she'll like walk very hastily out the door.
And off you go into the night. On
I
your
hope
way.
right outside though there are some trees and there's some birds in the trees, and she just hears the birds like talking crap.
She just
For
starts
another
screaming and running.
For another 90 seconds, you just hear like you hear this like absurd, you don't know where it's coming from, and it's just like, yeah, they're setting up the best little homes for us. Oh, I love when they come and do this time of year. Oh yeah, oh look, there's one over there. Dive bomb, go, go, go. And you just like, birds go by.
What have I done?
You hear a smaller chittering sound like, ooh, scraps, follow, scraps, and like a little squirrel comes running past. And then it fades, and then you just hear chittering, you just hear birds chirping as you make your way back up. And on your way back up, you also overhear some people who are talking, and it sounds so much better now than the horses and the birds and the squirrels. But you overhear some light chatter as people are talking about various festival-related things and travel. You can also tell there appears to be people who are coming from out of town. You overhear one story. Somebody is saying they're talking about some really valiant, huge something that happened. It's actually, it sounds like the end of a very exciting tale. And just as you're getting out of earshot of that very exciting tale, you overhear a word that you haven't heard often, but you have heard someone say it. You overhear the word viver just as you're heading out of earshot. Back up to the pike.
Oh my goodness.
Anything
Okay.
else you guys are doing this evening, or is
Viola is
hit
gonna go and
everything.
look for Ste'yn first. If she can't find Ste'yn, then she's gonna
Wait.
look for Snow or Beau to tell him about the talking horses now.
Just need to run to a graveyard.
Oh yeah, those two probably made their way.
Well,
Was
Beau
Snow
is
going
just
with Ste'yn?
following them when they leave.
Oh.
Oh, they were all going to the graveyard?
All going to a graveyard.
We're gonna go have a rave at the graveyard.
If Viola remembers that, then she'll run up to the graveyard, I guess.
And we'll say you guys enjoyed the banter and the tale of Viola learning to speak to Buttercup. Apparently, supposedly, Viola.
Nobody believes her.
spoke
You just
to
think she's losing her
Look,
Look,
mind.
Ste'yn's advice is just to go pray about it.
Girl, maybe you need to just pray on it. Are you all just camping out in the graveyard tonight? Like, I'm down. I'm just making
Viola
sure.
doesn't want to camp in the graveyard. She just had to talk to somebody before she goes to bed. But then she's hightailing it back to, if she's doing a lot of walking and doesn't get a long rest, that's not the end of the world. She's not sleeping in the graveyard.
Okay. You head back to the novice hut, back to the barracks. The other girls are there, still up, kind of all steadily getting ready for bed, but really just up and about, not eager necessarily to get to sleep. The three of you at the graveyard, making yourselves comfortable in
Is there
your
a tree
camping
at the
gear.
graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Beau would sleep on the tree.
Okay.
Though right before he goes to sleep, he's gonna use his last psionic die to open another mind link with Ste'yn and just quickly ask her, have my eyes ever gone red around you?
Yes.
When?
When you tasted my blood.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Huh.
I thought you knew.
No, that's news to me.
Well, surprise, your eyes go red sometimes.
Yeah. Some little boy just saw that a little while ago.
Are they still alive?
Yes, they're still alive. Technically, they
Good.
were thieves, so depending on your definition of things. But I left them alive.
Uninjured?
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
Okay. I don't make a habit of killing kids.
I'm very relieved to hear that.
I have standards, Ste'yn.
Good.
Right, well, thanks for clarifying. That
Would you like me to let you know if I see them go red again?
Maybe?
Okay. I'll be ready for it.
Alright.
Is that all?
Yes.
Wish him a good night. Ste'yn, go ahead and roll me an intelligence history check, please.
Ooh, that's an 18.
Lovely. You do recall, and while you didn't see it yourself, but you recall a drawing that you had seen the previous week when you guys were out in Hazelford and you were traveling on your way back in this direction. Glia had drawn some pictures over their time knowing you. And you recall, as she's shown you these pictures, including one very spooky one of Beau's face, you recall that in her depiction of him, it also had red eyes.
Ooh.
Forgot about that.
I didn't. The only time Snow has seen it. But he didn't think anything of it because he's just like, yeah, Beau's creepy.
Artistic flair.
Boy.
So what?
Actually, you know what? When you're coming back from Hazelford, that family, the girl Glia, who drew the pictures, one of them, she did a few, had red eyes. It just looked very spooky. But there is that.
When did that little wench see my eyes?
I do not know when that lady saw your eyes. But obviously, she just captured it. She didn't say anything.
How long has this been going on? Sorry, that was half to myself.
Right,
Or
'cause I
mint.
don't know how to answer that. Does it have something to do? It obviously must have something to do with your bloody little problem.
Maybe.
I don't think you had eyes that went red before it happened.
True. Good thing to think about while I sleep.
Sleep well.
All right. As you guys relax and any other evening chatter, and then eventually drift off to sleep, Ste'yn, please give me a wisdom saving throw.
I love these.
I do too.
Let's see how we're gonna do tonight.
Unless the
Okay.
others tell him not to, Snow is also going to put up the tiny hut. Just like out of habit and because he enjoys it.
That's a 24.
Excellent. You sleep.
And Beau did set up the
You're-
alarm, sorry. Just also because he's a cautionary person.
Around the tree, around them.
Well, it's around
Is-
him primarily because they're safe inside the tent anyway. Or hut.
Fair enough.
So,
If anyone comes near that tree, gosh dang it, you're gonna know about it. Beau wakes up in the middle of the night to the midnight gardeners and Ste'yn, you close your eyes, drift off into a slightly unsteady, but still asleep, a rest. And you feel your eyes open. You see the sun is still low. It's very kind of foggy where you are. The clouds overhead give hints of a storm incoming. You're standing in the back of a crowd, all dressed in black. You yourself, your little feet uncovered, are kind of your toes digging in the grass a bit. The grass that feels sharp. It's kind of dead under your feet. The crowd slowly is dispersing, heads hung low. There's a heavy nature to the atmosphere in this area. It's just it feels like just a wide, ever-expanding field and a single tall tree. The tree itself looking like it's kind of wilting and dying. Until finally there's just two people in front of this tree, looking down. One has an arm around the back of the other, masculine form around the shoulders of a more petite, feminine form. And you can hear that conversation. At this point, you're unsure if it's a memory or if it's just a dream. And you hear that same back and forth. This should never have happened. Why did this happen? It should have been her. Why wasn't it her? It should have been her. The two turn and you see those familiar faces, the kind of almost tired, worn look on your father's face. You see the quelled rage and hurt and sorrow on your mother's face. The embodiment that you no longer have ever since your hair started coming in a different color and even your demeanor different as you gained these abilities. And they stare at you. Those same words echoing from their unmoving mouths, you hear, "It should have been her. It should have been her." Do you face them or do you turn away?
She'll face them.
Okay. In that same way that you stand your ground, whether it's from fear or some odd respect, some acknowledgement maybe, you feel this force from the two of them as their words become like a whirlwind shooting towards you, leaving you wrapped in this tornado of screaming and sorrow and guilt and upset just wrapping around you. The whole scene seems to shift and bleed and blend into a strange, melting lack of color that has you spinning in place until it finally drips and fades away and you are facing the entrance of that mausoleum again. You're walking towards it. Your feet are now scrunching up in dirt. It's mostly packed into the earth, but your toes are forcing their way through it. And through the threshold of this stone hall, you can see that raised stone coffin. It's completely surrounded on its bottom with these vines that are twisting and turning, and on the end of each one is a rose in full bloom. What do you do?
Tentatively step inside.
Hmm?
Go towards the coffin.
You walk towards it, and as soon as you are across the threshold, you realize that there is a second one next to it. It's also surrounded by these roses that are vining and wrapped almost to the top, a few of them reaching over, some of the petals seeming to drop inside of either one. As you get closer to them, stepping slowly, each one has this beautiful silken embroidered baby swaddle for a child no bigger than an infant, with the swaddles, the wrap pulled all the way over and tucked to form what appears to be a child in both of them. Which one are you looking at? There's one on the right and there's one on the left.
Whichever one she didn't notice first.
Okay. You go to the one you didn't notice first, the one that wasn't there the last time you saw this. You feel yourself reaching for where it's covering a face. And do you pull it down?
Mm-hmm.
As you pull it down, you see a little face in there. And it is familiar, but from much more recently. It looks just like the little baby's face that you had seen on when you were in Hazelford. That little Rosie. She's looking up at you with these curious, bright eyes, little button nose, and a slightly grinning expression.
Does she seem alive?
She does.
Reach in and try to pick her up.
Yeah. You reach in, you start to reach around her, and the moment your hands are around her, from somewhere unseen underneath in the swaddle, and coming up past her hairline, you see this darkness that starts to sink into her skin, covers the entirety of her. It goes over her eyes, the whites of her eyes disappear. The bright, did I say her eyes were brown or blue? What color were the other Rosie's eyes?
I think they were blue. I'd have to check my notes.
They were that color. Until now, they are just black. And it feels like you are holding nothing but a warm and slowly cooling kind of wiggling shadow in this beautiful embroidered silk.
Put this shadow down and go to check the other one.
You move the covering down from the face of the other swaddled shape. And as it comes down, you can see straight through to the bottom of the swaddle. But the only thing wrapped in there is a long-stemmed black rose.
She'll pick up the rose.
You pick up the rose, and you feel it prick your hand, of which you are not wearing your gloves. It pricks your finger, and that sharp pain is a lot stronger than you expected from a simple rose. And then you continue to feel all along your hand the pricking of thorns. It goes up your arm until it's up to your shoulder, across your chest, up over your face. Your entire body feels like a pin cushion. As you kind of squeeze your eyes shut, enduring it, they open again. And you're looking up at a cloudy sky in the graveyard at Saker's Keep. Morning has come.
We all got a long rest.
You all got a long rest.
We like those.
And there are people moving about, seeming to ignore you for the most part. There are some acolytes moving through. There are some saying some prayers over some of the... Oh, yeah, that's right. Definitely ignoring you then. They're saying some prayers over the... at the tombstones and
Well, I think it just
coffins
camouflages. Depending on their perception, they still could.
They either
They could
can't
see the
see
hut,
or are
maybe.
ignoring
Oh,
you.
yeah, the hut is what I thought.
Beau, your alarm spell goes off shortly before Ste'yn awakes, as somebody is passing through and tending to gardens and such. It's just an early wake-up call. But you guys are awake.
He readied a knife, and then he relaxed once he saw who it was.
Stupid acolytes up too early. These morning people. Yeah. You guys are awake. Viola, you also awake with the other girls in the bunks. Lear seemed to be up before you guys, and she is sitting in her bed still. She's looking at, she's reading what appears to be a piece of parchment. It looks kind of like those official notices you guys might receive at the guardianship. What's everybody doing?
Wait, so the three of us are already back at the other place? Wild Pike area? Sorry.
At the novice hut? You're welcome to head
Or
back.
novice hut.
Oh,
I didn't know if you were
it's
saying
morning.
that we all saw
I was just letting
what...
Viola know, because
Oh, okay.
Viola is back.
Okay,
So she sees
cool.
Lear reading this official-looking parchment. You guys
Viola
can
would.
make your way back.
Viola would ask her what she's got.
And she tells you that it looks like you all got mail this morning.
Viola's gonna run out and check her mailbox after getting ready.
In the time it takes for you to get ready and the other girls are getting up, are you three heading back? Was that the plan, to get back with Viola?
Probably. When
Makes
Ste'yn
sense
wakes
to me.
up, she probably would have reached over and made sure that Snow was awake. And just say good morning.
Morning. How did you sleep?
Some dreams. Nothing I haven't had before, but it's nice to be awake from them.
Not good.
Not
Then-
usually. Not this time. Think I'm going to write a letter later today. Send it to that family in Hazelwood.
Were they in your dream, or
The
Just
littlest
thinking
one
about
was, but just thinking about them. They're good people.
most people are?
I was gonna knock on the tent
Hut.
or
It's a
hut.
hut. It's not just a hut, it is the hut.
Hmm. But remember, the moment she steps out of
Well,
the hut,
it'll
she's gonna
be-
forget her dream.
Snow will stand up and exit the hut, and it drops.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, aren't you guys in
Jinx.
sync?
Did you sleep well? In the tree?
Sure.
Great.
Were you pausing so I would ask you? Did you sleep well?
No, I didn't expect you to care. But I don't know. I've never just slept in the crook of a tree before, but so I was wondering if it was comfortable.
It's comfortable.
Maybe I
Also
should try
harder
it
for
sometime.
things to reach up and get you from up there.
True. If the corpses of this grave were to rise in the night under the full moon, they would have to climb a tree to wake you from your slumber.
Yes. You make it sound like
It'd
that
be a
doesn't
great
happen.
story. No, I'm sure it does. Somewhere. I don't know. But I don't think it would happen here because Ste'yn would be too unhappy if it did.
Exactly. And the dead here are peaceful. In this space.
If you say so, they just seem dead to me.
Well,
Have you asked them if they're peaceful?
no, but they haven't given me reason to think otherwise.
Well, if you want to know what somebody thinks, you have to ask them.
I don't make a habit of talking to the dead. If they're not talking and not moving, usually means they're at peace.
I don't know, I talk more when I am at peace, I think. But that's just me.
Isn't there like a high-level spell that would capture the soul of a dead thing? They have body want to be
Yes.
at peace.
And neither would your soul.
How would you be able to tell if that was going on?
Like Snow said, talking to them.
But you just said you wouldn't talk to them.
Not to the ones who are resting. I don't know what it is. You're trying to trap me in this or something. It's too early for this. I feel like you're going to make me eat my words, and I'd rather eat some breakfast.
Fine, let's go get food.
As they're walking back, Ste'yn is going to try and
I just
pull Snow slightly aside. And just ask him quietly. Would good parents wish you had died instead of someone else?
No, I was prepared to not be able to answer that question, but in fact, I can pretty definitively say good parents would not wish death upon their child. And I'm sorry that you're asking that.
It's fine.
No. No, it isn't.
it's not, then I have to rethink a lot of things.
What are you guys chatting
It's
about?
not a bad thing. Death.
Fun.
As usual.
Who's dead?
My sister.
Stay
Though
the
people might have
topic.
wished it was me.
Who would hope that it would be you?
My family.
The ones that you still take advice from.
At that, Ste'yn's going to just flustered. But she's going to push her hood back and rip off her scarf and shove it at Snow. Am I allowed to be petty about this?
I don't care what you're petty about.
Snow is putting the scarf around his neck and too dark. Folds it up neatly.
Maybe I don't need to take their advice.
Did they to hide your face? Or did they just make you feel that way and so you interpreted it that way?
Both.
Now puts the scarf in his bag of holding.
So is your pettiness? Is the scarf from your parents?
No.
Well, I didn't know if that was your, I'm gonna be petty, gonna take off my scarf.
It feels petty.
At
Go
who?
against their advice.
Oh, I see. So they asked you to cover
That's
up.
not-
And then I'm following.
Yes?
Sorry, long night.
I don't know what emotions I'm supposed to be having right now, and pettiness is the one that comes to mind.
Embrace it then.
You know, it's okay to be different. It's okay to be confused about your past, about what you're feeling. And it's okay to not do what other people tell you. Because not everybody will have your best interests at heart. And
I'm
if
learning
Also
that.
be angry.
somebody wishes you dead, then that's not best wishes.
There might be some truth to that. But, we have breakfast to find, don't we?
Yes.
She-
Sorry. I'm distracted.
I am distracting. She's
I don't
trying to
think I've ever
smile,
met
but there's
someone
probably
who's
her
as-
eyes are watering a little bit.
I don't think I've ever met someone who is quite as full of themselves as you, and yet also has no self-esteem.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
It's an
Really a
observation.
statement of fact. But you can take it as a compliment if you want. I don't mind. Because normally I would just be like, let's hype you up. But you seem to already like yourself a lot. And that's confusing me. I don't know what to do with that.
I don't know what to make of me either right now. But that's alright.
Maybe you don't need to be something big. Like a champion, or a legend, or whatever.
But that's what my kind are. And your story. And stories other people have heard.
I told the story of an individual. I imagine he had a life as well, though. He didn't disappear once the story ended. I could tell the story of a half-elf, but that doesn't mean I have to be that half-elf. Stories are used for inspiration, and you can take characters as role models. But that doesn't mean you're not you.
Wait, you heard one story and thought every ASMR was some kind of champion.
Not just the one story. Every legend about them I've heard. Every fable or tale. That's how we're known.
Yeah, they're just people with a hint of a god's essence.
I am known for telling stories and singing songs. Does that mean I can't do anything else?
No.
Well, there you go then. Maybe it's enough to just be a person.
Maybe.
Maybe every day isn't about destroying the darkness.
Maybe. I don't know for sure yet, though.
Maybe this moment is just about eating breakfast. Maybe that's enough.
I think it can be enough for right now. And she'll begin walking towards the wild pike. Not with it.
Thought we were walking the whole time.
That makes sense too. We can do that. That saves time.
Either way. Yeah. You continue the journey to the wild pike. Viola, you inquire to Lear about what she's reading, and she tells you that it's an official notice that it looks like everyone got. She assumes anyway, because all of the mailboxes were lit up. And it is stating that there's going to be an address to the novices at midday by Captain Nora.
Does it say where?
In the that same meeting hall where you guys first arrived.
Okay. Well, she's gonna get her
It
armor
just says
on
guess
and-
where.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Good luck. Let the
She's
games
gonna-
begin.
She's gonna get her armor on and make sure her hair is all fixed, and then she's gonna go check her mail before heading down to the mess hall to get some breakfast.
You go to check your mailbox.
Oh, she'll also look at the other three and just double check that their mailboxes are lit so that she can reiterate that to them.
Yes, all of them are lit. You check your own, and when you open it, you see a scroll. It's wrapped up. When you open that, it reads just as Lear had said. You also find an additional note. You also find an additional note, also on official looking paper. And as you're opening that, the first thing you notice is that dreamy handwriting, that signature on that line, and it is telling you to work with your captain around your assignments to begin your training.
So immediately the first thing that Viola wants to do is go find Captain Nora.
Sure. You're gonna go look around right now.
Yeah, I guess she'd go to the novice emissary area and ask about it, where she could find Captain Nora to get her training schedule ironed out.
Yeah. You head back down to the novice command. You only see you knock and you open the door and you see a very tired looking Vaughn next to a much more chipper looking Bria, who is sipping from a cup, a steaming cup. But if you inquire with them, they just tell you that she's not here yet, but that you should come back at midday. She'll be there to address you all, and you can always talk to her afterwards if you need to. But she's not in just yet.
And she's not going to come here before the addressing situation?
Vaughn starts to answer, and then Bria just pushes his head aside, to which he kind of lays his head back down like he's exhausted. And she says, no, she's, well, probably, I guess, but yeah, don't bother her when she's just getting back.
Why not?
Because she's got a speech to prepare for. You think she likes giving speeches? And Vaughn just, with a stronger than expected for someone so tired looking, elbows her. And she just shakes her head. Every girl needs time to prepare in the morning, right? So just give us some time.
She doesn't take that long to prepare in the morning. I've been with her in the morning. It's fine.
Viola, give us some time. Whatever you need, she'll handle it.
Fine, I'll try my best to be patient.
You're doing
Well,
great.
It looks like you need to go get some beauty rest. But have a great day. And then she'll head out the door.
You hear a chuckle as you're closing the door. She's saying to Vaughn, too bad, you're gonna have to be at the meeting. And then you close the door behind you.
She'll head down to the mess hall for breakfast, and she's assuming that the other three will show up there eventually, so she'll just wait down there for them.
Okay. So you guys reconvene at the mess hall for free breakfast, or were you staying at the Pike? It's not a big deal.
Free is good.
Free sounds
Free is
good.
Free sounds
As
good.
they finished walking, Ste'yn pulled all her hair free from its braid, and she's just letting it flow.
As soon as Viola sees Ste'yn, she's gonna lose her crab.
Now you're definitely getting some looks, Ste'yn. You're embracing the looks. Excellent. More of the novices come down. They're also enjoying breakfast. The girls come down. The guys come down. Except you don't see Warrit. You do see Hobodai. You don't see Warrit this morning. They're friendly banter, friendly chatter, etc., etc. Is there anything in particular you guys wanted to do beforehand, or were you guys just passing the time? Okay. You find your ways to pass the time until midday. It's only a couple of hours.
At some point, Beau would have checked his mailbox.
Oh yeah, Viola would have told
Yeah.
him that they had mail, and she would have brought the scroll that they all should have gotten with her and like read it to them, be like, we all got this, but I also got something else, so you guys might have something else.
What else did
Yeah.
you get?
I got a letter from Storkham saying that I need to work with Captain Nora to figure out when my training schedule is going to be. So I'm going to talk to her after this midday announcement situation. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Riveting.
You
Beau will
guys,
check his mailbox as well.
you guys check your mailboxes. You find the same notice to meet at midday at the Great Hall area. You don't have any additional
Payday still hasn't hit.
I feel like that's tomorrow, but honestly, it can be today. I'm not mad about it. Yeah, you all have money in there too. Let's do it. Money day. Congratulations. It's money day.
How much money?
You were on assignment.
If you want to figure that out and message us
Oh,
later,
yeah, that's true.
we're
That's
okay
fine.
with
Yeah,
that.
that's
Let's
fine.
just say we're
Yeah.
just gonna say it's the 2 for the week. It's gonna be the 14 gold. Look at you guys making bank. But nothing else in there. So you
The noon hits.
you guys pass that time. You make your way down to the Great Hall. The other novices have started gathering, and you do realize it is quite a few who have not joined you after the doors close to the hall, and kind of lingering in the front. You can see the 4 novice emissaries. The tables have all been pushed to the side again, and as everyone's kind of just mulling about, the far door opens, and in the familiar blue-tinted armor, Captain Nora walks in. You see a few people, Lear in particular, who just seems very happy that she's well. You see her kind of like getting excited, like she's here, almost celebrity style. She's just very excitable. And Nora walks in. She walks towards one of the tables that's been pushed up to the wall to, again, use sort of like a stage. Vaughn is at her side, assists her up on the chair and then onto the table. And she looks out at everyone. Lear can't seem to hold herself back, and she's like, "I'm glad you're back, Captain!" Nora just nods to her, kind of holds her hand up, just gathering attention. And she speaks to you all. She says, this has been an unexpected use of some of our time that you've been here at the Guardianship. You may notice a number of you have not decided to stay. I just don't want that to seem any kind of omen of ill will, anything to foreshadow anything bad. This is not something for everyone. And to see all of you here is heartwarming. It is good to know that this many of you stayed, knowing what it is to be a novice at a guardianship. And I thank you for that. This is only the beginning of what is in store for you in these city walls. And I am honored to be able to help guide you through it. It's not only about fighting, it's not only about combat. It is about finding out what it is you do best. For some people, being here is not what they need to do, and that's fine. We've wished them the best of luck as they continue on. You that remain, we feel you've earned some time to just get to know one another, to get to know the city that you are protecting. I think that's important. If you don't know who you're protecting, well, you have no reason necessarily to stay. One other point I want to make before I explain further what I mean by that. You have likely heard that recently there was the loss of one of our wardens. This is not something I want you to be afraid of. This is not something I want you to think is common. What happened there is being further investigated so that we ensure your safety, especially as novices. You should feel safe in these walls, and I want to guarantee it. There will be a funeral held for Kalain Slyweaver. Those details are being fleshed out, and it will be something that the city will participate in, both per her wishes and her people's wishes, and mine. I think it will be something good for all of us to come together, to stand together, to know that that is one additional reason that the dark must be stopped. Now, that being said, coming soon, as you know, and if you haven't seen, I'd be surprised, will be the Harvest Lamp Festival. Grati Minot celebrates every year, and I want to make it very clear that the novices will be participating and helping the city prepare for it. You will not be given official assignments elsewhere in the upcoming week or so. You will be working. You will be assisting the city. It is our gift to those that we are protecting. You will be choosing, and you don't need to choose now, but you will be choosing one of 4 areas that you can assist. And those areas will be led by one of our 4 novice emissaries and an assistant from the city. And now you guys can see there are some additional people who are standing in the back after the doors had closed. They were standing along the back wall, and you see a couple of familiar faces. Not each one, but most familiar faces. As Nora continues. Oops, sorry, 1 second. Where is it? There it is. She says, for those who would like to assist with more physical tasks, matters more regarding security and the like, observation, safety, you can speak to Moonridge and one of our assistants, one of our volunteers from the city, one of the Peace Watch, Canyon Gamel. And Canyon steps forward and he stands next to the Dragonborn, who's in his very clean armor, arms crossed and looking at all of you. Canyon comes up next to him. He kind of pats Canyon on the back harder, and Canyon kind of like jolts a little bit. For those interested in speaking more directly with those coming to visit us and those participating, we have some welcoming services and decoration, and you can speak to our Rochelle Glimmer, and our Maria Delania. And you can see Maria steps forward. Her long, light green hair is pulled into this loose ponytail. She's wearing this kind of green sundress. She steps forward, and she is heads taller than little Rochelle, standing up front, and she gives a wave to everyone. For matters of hospitality, preparation, incoming guests, you can speak to our novice emissary Von Grissom and an assistant from the temple from Seika's Keep, Yonai Mesri. And from the back, Yonai steps forward. His hair is a little bit messy, as if perhaps he was in a hurry, but he's in his white robe, stands next to Vaughn. Vaughn, who's by the table, so he's like now slightly out of the line because he's still trying to stand near where Nora is standing. But Yonai is kind of like half near him, half in the line, so like right in the middle there. And lastly, for those more interested in organization of our entertainment and our games and fun, you can speak to our novice emissary, Bria Han, and one of our volunteers from the Wild Pike, Nina Sarenby. And the last additional person comes up. She has blonde hair also pulled up in a high pony. She's not in the same waitress server garb as you have seen her in the past. She's wearing just a very... It's not simple. It's a very nice looking kind of cocktail length dress as she approaches and stands next to Bria. I think this will be a wonderful opportunity for you to know your novice emissaries better and those in the city itself. If you know now who you'd like to work with, you may speak to them. If you need time to think about it, that's also fine, but I will need to know by the end of the day. If you have any questions, any concerns, I am here in the Peace District. You can always find me. I'll likely be in the command offices. But I'm available for anything you need as well as your emissaries. It's wonderful to see you all gathered here, and I hope you all enjoy the preparation and the festivities when they come around. You are officially dismissed. And she starts heading back towards the chair. Vaughn is immediately at her side to help her step down. Lear kind of starts a clap. A couple of people give a little clap also. Lets it die. As the group is officially dismissed.
As soon as Nora starts getting off the table, Viola is like beelining straight over there to talk to her.
Okay. Yeah, she's just giving some final words to Vaughn as you approach.
Captain Nora, I wanted to speak with you quickly if you have a minute.
Yes, of course. How are you, Viola?
I'm doing wonderful as usual. But this morning I got word back from Storkham about my training. He said to get with you to figure out the schedule that doesn't interfere with my assignments, and she'll hold out the paper and show it to her. So I'm just doing that so I can get started as soon as possible.
I see. You are still eager for that.
Very much so.
And that's wonderful. Once you know who you'd like to work with for these next upcoming days, we can certainly discuss your schedule and how you might be able to work through that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So you're going to be in the office, the novice emissary office?
Yes, Viola. We'll make sure you get started.
I will come find you there then. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you before too long. And then Viola will go ahead to find Ste'yn to see what Ste'yn's going to do.
Okay. You guys reconvene. Do you know who you want to go to at this time?
So, what's everybody thinking?
Sorry, this is me asking because I missed it. What is Rochelle and Maria in charge of?
Rochelle and Maria are in charge.
Decorations.
And welcoming committee.
Okay. So there was guard, welcoming committee, fun, and greeting.
Hospitality and
Hospitality.
preparation for incoming guests.
I see.
What's the difference between the welcoming committee and the hospitality?
If you ask this, welcoming is going to be more a matter of like, it's preparing for like the day of, as people are, well, really as people are coming into the city, greeting them, really showing them the welcoming spirit of the city, but you're also helping decorate the city for the event, which it's a large city and there will be lots to do. Hospitality is ensuring the organization of where people will be staying who are incoming, helping them get settled, whether they're staying, up here in the Peace District, some may be over in the Rally District. But space is being made that's special for incoming guests.
All these options sound horrible.
Really? You don't want to be part of the welcoming committee? I thought that would suit you well. Decorations seem right up your alley.
We don't want to scare the guests away now, do we?
Oh,
I'm surprised Kamugel isn't here to join that immediately. I know he's a warden or whatever, but he seems to enjoy that.
so
What
what
are
are
you
you
thinking
doing?
about?
Well, I'll be doing games.
I figured you'd be with the entertainment. That makes sense.
And let me guess, you want
Yeah,
to do
originally
hospitality.
I was thinking I wasn't going to do anything, but then that was the last one, so I can do that.
Is doing
I like-
nothing an option? I'd
I
like to
don't
do
think
that.
so. I don't think
It didn't
so.
sound like an option.
I can always do what I want, so
Sounds like it's not meant to be an option. What you do with that is up to you. I might talk to... Gotta pick between Moonridge and Vaughn.
That's a pretty easy choice.
Pick Moonridge.
That's what I was thinking.
At least
Good.
Moonridge is with Canyon.
Exactly.
Good, because I'm thinking that's going to be the one I go with, and I don't want to talk to Moonridge.
All right.
what about you, Viola?
I don't know. I'm between like welcoming committee and decorations because I like making things look pretty and talking to people. But then I'm also like security's like kind of my thing, but that also sounds kind of boring. So maybe
Have
I'll
fun.
do the welcoming and decorating since Ste'yn and Beau are doing the security stuff.
You are very good at it,
I know. I'm
Decorating.
great at talking to people.
making things look nice.
I think you'll get along with
What is-
Maria.
Would I?
Yeah, I mean, I think she can basically get along with anyone. She's very
Oh,
neutral.
Well, I will head on over there and introduce myself. And then I have to go visit Nora again because she told me that I had to figure out where I was helping with first before she can set up my schedule. So I'm going to go talk to them and then I'm going to go find Nora. And yeah. And so Viola will just turn to go do that.
All right. You guys have made your decisions. You were essentially like you'd pick and you'd let your novice emissary know. So you get to talk to them anyway. How exciting.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So you address your emissaries that you've chosen to let them know that you'll be joining them for these next, I think now 9 days leading up to the Harvest Lamps Festival. And I think we're gonna pick up with a Harvest Lamps Festival next time we meet. Which will also be good because I think we're doing something else very fun next time we have our session because we've hit some fantastic goals. We're going to have a chit chat about that, but I'm going to just foreshadow some of that. So I feel like it's going to be a very exciting next session. I am pretty pumped. So I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yeah, be a
So that we can get
redo
some sleep.
of what was promised for this session that we forgot that we stated.
What did? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
We'll get ya.
Definitely. We did not forget about you. Promise. Promise. We're just adding to the anticipation. Guys, I literally wrote out what assignments are there for any individual person. I was ready. I am ready to see what happens over the next 9 days. But look how much time is passing. We're gonna talk.
Wow.
Don't say this out loud for the VOD.
Wow.
We're gonna talk about this when the camera goes off. That all being said, though, swoosh my thing over here, move that over there, and scroll. Hey, look, there's my really fun, definitely well-practiced outro. Hey! Thank you from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing to the channel. And like this video if you enjoyed it. And like all the previous videos if you enjoyed those as well. You can also leave a comment. All of it's good. And we appreciate hearing from you. We actually had some really nice comments lately. One awkward, weird one, but David handled that very nicely, and mostly just really amazing comments. So it's been really nice to see people have enjoyed the game, have enjoyed the story, and it makes my little baby DM heart very happy to be like, hey, total strangers were following a storyline and thought it sounded cool. So thank you, all of you, for hanging out with us. We do appreciate you journeying with us to bring clean content to the world of tabletop RPGs. And a particularly huge thank you to my players, whose links are in the description below. Please take a moment to follow these tremendous human beings. I love them and all their exciting endeavors. David, who plays Beau. David, I hope you're feeling better. Catherine, who plays Ste'yn. Show off your rock again, it's always fun. Kassie, who plays Viola, and she brought me my wish of seeing her cat on the stream. And Josh, who plays Snow, who is always dressed for success and always fantastic. Love him to death. I'm Brenna, I'm your storyteller for this adventure, and we will see you back here next time. Safe travels until we meet again.